honorable guests and dignitaries. Today we all gathered for the program which is hosted by the Department of Water Supply and Sanitation Punjab. The Department of Water Supply and Sanitation Punjab feel honored to host this prestigious national conference on dissemination of functionality assessment report of the year 2021-22 and review implementation of Jal Jeevan Mission with states and UTs. So our chief guest, we are blessed to have our chief guest, respected ma'am, Mrs. Vinny Mahajan, Secretary DDWS Government of India, is present among us within a minute. She is coming and now we are starting formal program. Yes, please give them a big hand. We are blessed to have our chief guest, respected ma'am, Mrs. Vinny Mahajan, Secretary DDWS Government of India, is present among us. So welcome ma'am, welcome. So please give them a big hand because she's our chief guest, and a warm and pleasant good afternoon to all of you, and I welcome to all the honorable guests and dignitaries. And now I request to Mr. Vikashsheel, IAS Additional Secretary and Mission Director, JGM, Ministry of Jal Shakti, please come on the stage and grace us our stage. Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir. And I request to so please give them a big hand. Now I start the formal program. Today we are gathered for the program which is hosted by the Department of Water Supply and Sanitation. The Department of Water Supply and Sanitation Punjab feel honored to host this prestigious national conference on dissemination of functionality assessment report of the year 2021 and 22 and review implementation to Jal Jeevan Mission with states and UTs. Now I request to our Honorable Principal Secretary, Mr. D.K. Tiwari, DWSS Punjab, please warmly welcome with bouquet. Now I request to Mr. D.K. Tiwari, please give them a big hand. To Ma'am Vinny Mahajan. And now I request to Mr. D.K. Tiwari, please give a flowers to Mr. Vikashsheel, IAS Additional Secretary and Mr. Mission Director, JJM. Lamp lighting, a light fade away darkness. I would like to request all dignitaries to illuminate this lamp lighting. Now I request ma'am Naveen Verma to make light ready. I request to musical department, please play the music. First of all, I request to Ma'am Vinny Mahajan, please illuminate the lamp. कि उनके आने के बाद चिरागों में रोशनी न रहे। मैम विनी महाजन जी वो चेहरा, वो शख्सियत जिनके आने से वाकई हमारे जो चिराग हैं और ही रोशनी के साथ और रोशन कर रहे हैं। एंड मिस्टर विकासशील, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी एंड मिशन डायरेक्टर JJM, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति, illuminate the lamp. And our honorable principal secretary, Mr. D.K. Tiwari ji. Thank you all of you. Please give them a big hand. Thank you all of you. Now I humble request to Shri D.K. Tiwari ji, Principal Secretary, Department of Water Supply and Sanitation, Punjab, to deliver welcome address.
this occasion of National Conference, it is my pleasure to welcome Honorable Madam Vinnie Mahajan, Secretary, Government of India. Ma'am has always been as a remarkable impression, and I have been, very, very lucky to work under her during the COVID period also, which was the worst of its kind situation. And it gives me immense pleasure that Punjab has been given a chance to organize this national conference here. I also welcome Mr. Kashi, Additional Secretary, come MD. He happens to be my batchmate, and always he has been very, very helpful and kind wherever I have been a chance to interact with him. Earlier also he was in health department, and he was always forthcoming in helping all of us. I welcome all the directors and deputy secretary of the team JJM from Government of India. I welcome additional chief secretaries, principal secretaries, engineers, and all the officers who have come from various states on a short notice. I know it is, in fact, after 2nd October, when we requested all of you, you were all very, very kind to find your time and come here. In fact, when we were working for this particular conference, somebody pointed out that, you have to see the assessment report here, and it is like, getting result of the examination. I hope that all the states come with flying colors in this particular assessment. Then, as I was thinking that water sector is very, very important, particularly in the context of Punjab, which is basically land of 5 rivers. And here in Gurbani also, we say that Pavan Guru, Pani Pita, Mata Dharm Mahak. So, lot of importance in Punjab is being given in water conservation and water purification and water related improvements. Unfortunately, we have been noticing in past decade that pollution content in water, particularly groundwater, has increased. And we have done in-depth analysis in Punjab to find out the presence of heavy metals, and then we are working with the help of Jal Jeevan Mission and Government of India to overcome this particular issue, and also to able to cut down on the waterborne diseases. I am sure that outcome of this conference is going to be very, very helpful. And when I was talking to my minister also here in Punjab, Mr. Brahma Shankar Jagpaji, he has conveyed his best wishes to all of us herein, and specifically it was mentioned, that water is so much importance in Punjab. There is another mention in the Gurbani, which says that "Pehla pani jeev hai, jit harya sab koy," which means that water in itself is life, as it is, and it gives life to all the living beings on earth. So with this message, I again formally welcome all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I humble request to Mr. Vikas Sheel, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, Jal Jeevan Mission, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, to deliver inaugural address, please.
Respected Secretary, Government of India, Vinnie Mahajan ji, Shri D.K. Tiwari, Principal Secretary, PHGD, Punjab, Additional Chief Secretaries, Principal Secretaries and Secretaries from various states, senior officers, mission directors, engineers from all the states, and all my team members, ladies and gentlemen. My task is really made simplified by DK. I would quickly introduce you to the agenda. We did circulate the minute to minute. We have also shared the presentations on various themes, except for one that is on the Jal Jeevan Sarvekshan 2023. So during the course of the next 3.5-4 hours, we will be discussing the findings of the functionality assessment report of 2022. We will be presenting the framework of the next round of functionality assessment and the Jal Jeevan Sarvekshan and the Jal Jeevan Awards, which is something new that we would like to introduce. And during the course of the discussions, we would like feedback from the states on the structure, etc. We will be reviewing the performance so far. If there are any issues, we will be interested in hearing those issues and to the extent possible solving them here, or keep track of such issues which need to be addressed. We would also be briefly touching upon the Swachh Jal Se Suraksha campaign, for which the instructions have recently been issued. It's a campaign which focuses on water quality starting from the 2nd of October till 26th of January. So what are the specifics of that campaign, and if there are any suggestions, feedback, or if any state has already made certain preparations, we will be interested in hearing about that. We would, towards the end, would also like to remind the states about certain issues and references that we have written to the states. For example, the initiative on taking engineering students as interns to fulfill the gaps in availability of technical HR. And there are a few others which we will briefly mention towards the end. I would like to thank on behalf of the Ministry of Punjab and the whole team of the Punjab PhD department for hosting us, and we look forward to fruitful and meaningful discussions. Thank you so much.
Now, I request the most humble request, Madam Vinny Mahajanji, Secretary, Department of Water Supply and Sanitation, Government of India, to deliver keynote address. Please give them a big hand.
Friends, we met many of you last on the 2nd of October in Vigyan Bhavan. Before that, in physical meeting in Bhubaneswar, many of you were there, and we keep meeting you on VC, so it feels like we are interacting with you very frequently, and I hope you're on board of seeing us. But the reason why we are here today, and we are very grateful to all of you for being with us today, and we are very grateful to Mr. D.K. Tiwari and his team from Punjab, who offered to host, and we gladly took up that offer because Punjab is such a warm host that we thought it would be a privilege to be their guest today. But the reason why we are here today, as you already know, first and foremost, we are at a very critical stage of the mission. All of you from all parts of the country have achieved different levels of attainment under the Jal Jeevan mission. Haryana at 100%, Punjab nearing 100%, many others over 90%, over 95%, and others that are still some way to go. But whether it is a state which is completed or close to meeting the FHTC requirement, or a state which still has some way to go, there is still a lot of work left for all of us, and you know that better than anyone else. So where the tap connections have been provided, the challenges are in some sense even more to ensure that the water continues to become available day after day, including in the hot summer months, at the level that you have assured your citizens, which is minimum 55 LPCD, but more in many states. That water should be of the right quality, including and especially during the rainy season or whenever there is higher risk of bacteriological contamination, and of course areas which are vulnerable to chemical contaminants have to be careful around the year. We have to make sure that the water is regularly made available. So if it's going to come from 8 to 10 in the morning, it should come every day from 8 to 10 in the morning. And as we keep delivering on these aspects, the expectations that people have from all of us keep getting higher and higher. And so we have to achieve those benchmarks. And we know that a very important partner for us in all these efforts is the community itself. So this is not a program where the best of chief engineers and the most committed, motivated engineering teams, even though we need them, and we are very proud when we find good, strong engineering teams on ground delivering well. But it's not an engineering program primarily, and certainly not entirely or only. It is an effort in which the community must take ownership. If they do not take ownership, we cannot be confident, and all of us have spent many, many years in public service. We know that if a service is seen as something which only the government is responsible for delivering, there will never be that kind of involvement which will ensure its proper delivery. So the village communities, through the Gram Panchayats, through the village water and sanitation committees, have to be constantly engaged to take ownership. They must realize that water is a scarce resource, not just for Punjab or other water-stressed parts of the country, but nowhere is there so much water that it can be wasted. Especially since we know that agriculture does take the bulk of the available water, and the requirements of agriculture and other economic sectors, industry and the others, will keep growing as the population grows, as economic needs grow. We know that the demand on water is increasing and will keep increasing. So we have to engage the communities if we want to make sure that there is enough priority given to drinking water, that at least the minimum standards that we want to achieve on drinking water are attained. And we have to make sure of other aspects also. We have to make sure that if we have a groundwater source, then we take care of recharge of that groundwater. Especially during the monsoons, the rainy season everywhere, we must make sure that we are able to safely recharge our groundwater sources. We must make sure that we are able to take care of our wastewater. So you all know the concept of grey water and its management. And the PhDs and the engineers who are part of Jal Jeevan Mission must equally take ownership of and look at how the grey water is being managed in their villages. Is it appropriate to have household level soap pits? If it is, then are those household level soap pits getting made? And are they being made properly? And you know for that there are funds available, though not under JJM. There are funds, however, adequately, more than adequately available Can we make sure that we complete the planning as quickly as possible, that we do the tendering, award, etc., etc. We've been discussing those things. We will discuss them again today. And in doing that, can we more actively use not just our own department, but also other administrative institutions, most importantly the collectors and the district machinery? Can we make sure that the district collectors and other officers at the district and below levels are fully involved? In many places, in many states, you have delegated powers to them. Can you make sure that those powers are properly utilized? And in any case, they are responsible everywhere for oversight. Can we make sure that they see this as a priority and give it their attention? And the assessment that we have planned going forward, we are wanting to tweak the functionality assessment. You know broadly the results of the last assessment, but we have shared with you, and I hope you've all had the occasion to actually see where your own state has reached. There are still gaps, and you would have noticed them, and we want to hear you today and understand from you how you hope to overcome those gaps, so that going forward, all of us are more confident that we are delivering on the ambition of the Jal Jeevan Mission, which is assuring water of the desired quantity, quality, regularity through community participation and ownership, and making sure that we use all the new technologies, new innovations that we can use in the bargain. So with that, and with the request that each one of us needs to not only put in a lot of effort now, going forward, we are through with the monsoons. Many states had issues of flooding, etc. We are done with that. The winter months will be difficult for some states, but mostly this is the time when work can take place at a brisk pace. We hope to see that. We hope to see you engage with as many partners, take other stakeholders along with you. There are institutions like the KRCs, there are sector partners, there are ISAs. Please make sure you check out which are the ones that are working in your state, encourage them to do more, which are the ones that are not fully engaged, get them to more actively participate, make sure wherever necessary your rural development Panchayat Raj departments are with you as required, and that you are able to bring together all the threads that are required to be brought together for weaving this tapestry. So with this hope that we will continue to work together, if there's anything that is creating an issue for you vis-a-vis Government of India, we are here to listen to you. But most importantly, when we meet in this format, the idea is to learn from each other. I cannot tell you how much I myself have through my career learned from interacting with peer groups, with people in other states doing well or doing badly. In both cases, there is a learning. So your time here would be well spent if you actively share what you have been able to do and how you did it and what you're proposing to do going forward, so that others from other states, they may be in very different situations, very different circumstances, but they will have some ideas, go back and apply them, and you will similarly be the wealthier for having. We hope that that will help us all move forward better. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now I request to Shri D.K. Tiwari Ji, Principal Secretary, Department of the Water Supply and Sanitation, Punjab, present a token of love and affection to Mrs. Winnie Mahajan, IAS Secretary. Okay. Please kindly switch off your phones. Now, I would like to request Mr. Vikas Shil, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, JGM, Government of India, please come on the stage and make his presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Though we had circulated in the minute-to-minute that we will be first presenting the findings of the functionality assessment report, but with ma'am's permission, I think taking the cue from what ma'am just said, delivering on the mission targets being the top priority. I believe it's just apt that we start with the review. So we will be, I'll be making a very short presentation, and then we'll be hearing from the states in terms of if there are any challenges, and we would like to have some commitments about firm timelines by which various things can be done. No, it's okay. Thank you. Coming directly to the points that we would like to flag. So there are 16 states where all the approvals have been done. And these are states where the progress also is good. In some states where progress is just picking up. But there's something that we've noticed in the IMIS, and that is that though the approvals have been accorded by the SLSSC or the DWSM, but the approvals are not fully reflected on the IMIs. So that basically leads to a limitation on us being able to monitor the schemes, track the schemes, track the progress. It also, puts a limitation at the state level, at the district level. So our first request is that for these 16 states, please review and make sure that all the schemes that have been approved by the SLSSC or the DWSM are reflected appropriately on the IMIS. So that from the IMIS, when we take out the report, the number of approved FHTCs should equal the number of households in the state. So we've also mentioned what is the gap. So if there are any challenges in this, we would like to understand those challenges. Otherwise, this is something where we believe that if one intense review is done at the state level with clear directions to the districts, the users who are supposed to enter this data, this can be done fairly quickly. So this is the first.
Does anyone want to say anything about this? Why is there such a gap in 16 states between IMI's entry and the approvals done? Is there a problem, or is it just that attention couldn't be given? Okay, so we'll take it that there is no fundamental problem, and we will request that more attention may please be given so that this gap is closed out. Next.
Now coming to this 12 states where the approvals are still pending. As you may recall, we had requested the states, and we reviewed right from the Bhubaneswar workshop that we must try and make sure that by 30th of September we must accord all the approvals. And there has been significant progress, but there is still some marginal way to go in a lot of states. So a small number of connections. UP, we know that it's 1.22 lakh connections for which approvals are yet to be done.
Anurag, we are still on track? All good? Okay.
Then Tamil Nadu, we believe we have more than 25 lakh connections for which approvals are yet to be given. Now, here our request is that please accord these approvals as soon as possible. You may recall we had a VC on the 27th of September in which we reviewed this. And there, most of the states had said that they will finish this by 10th of October or 15th of October.
Yeah, so quickly, Tamil Nadu get in any case meeting soon. Madhya Pradesh, Tejasvi? Yeah. All good? Huh? Kab tak final? Okay. And you're ready with your tendering also? Yeah. All right, great. Assam, where is... Yeah. Sab theek hai na? Oh, great. Rajasthan. We had
Rajasthan?
हाँ जी, सब ठीक है जी? हाँ? कर लेंगे जैसे कहा था. झारखंड तो CS has assured me. झारखंड sir?
There's no one from Jharkhand.
हाँ जी.
तो ये approvals आपके हो जाएंगे 15 अक्टूबर तक complete?
हाँ, तो इसको कंप्लीट कराइए ना. आपके चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब कहते हैं कि उन्होंने तो खुली छूट दे रखी है कि जब भी आप आएंगे वो मीटिंग तय करके उसको कर देंगे.
Yes, ma'am. Only 2.79 are balanced, for which one person to person we are discussing with the executive engineer.
DPRs जल्दी बनवाइए.
By within 10 days they will be ready.
Within 10 days DPRs will be ready.
Yes.
तुरंत उसके बाद
Approval will be done.
टाइम लेके मीटिंग का करवा दीजिए इसको. Good.
Yes.
Maharashtra.
We have scheduled our meeting on coming 14th. At that time, we are hoping to take
सारा हो जाएगा तब तक.
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
West Bengal also there is some
आपका
margin.
तो ठीक है. वाईडी वाला सब हो गया था.
No.
We are on track.
On track 16-17 को आप सारा sort out करा. Good.
Chhattisgarh.
जी.
Next week हो जाएगा.
Then Karnataka.
Atik couldn't join? Flight issues.
Yes.
But all on track?
Yes, ma'am. We are all on track, ma'am. We have some issues with the DPR preparations, ma'am. That's why we are a little bit delayed. By 23rd, last week of this month, we will complete, ma'am.
Within this month will
Yes.
be done. Your tenders would be floated.
Tenders is a problem, ma'am. So we are floating the tenders. First call, they are not coming. Second call, we are trying. That is the issue, ma'am. But planning 100% will complete in this month.
Chalo, float your tenders.
Yes,
then,
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Arunachal. I don't think we have.
I think they had a.
Meghalaya.
Yeah.
We tried completing the approvals by before the end of this month, but there are some issues with the DPR. We are recasting them. So I think within a week's time, we'll be able to redo the high-cost DPRs.
Right.
And then hopefully conditional approval is there. So it should all come in place except some 5,000 on FSTCs which have not yet been planned. And if we are not able to do it, then we'll take it up in stages.
Yeah, don't go in for those scattered 2-3 houses. I know you feel very strongly about your border houses, but let's stick to what is the.
We are not taking up less than 50.
Yes. Let's stick to that. The other things, let them come under the state scheme. Oh,
Right.
within this month, then we are hoping that.
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah. So another thing to be noticed in this particular table is the last column. So as was the case for those 16 states where all approvals have been accorded, for these 12 states also, the approvals done so far, column number 4, and the approvals as reflected on IMIs, there's a large gap in the approvals being reflected on IMIs. So we request these 12 states also to please review and make sure that whatever approvals are given, please make it an SOP that within 7 days of the SLSSC approval, the scheme must be reflected on the IMIs. Because going forward, we are not going to ask the states in terms of what has been approved and what has not been approved. If it has been approved as per IMIs, it is reflecting on IMIs, then only we consider it as approved. And going forward, we will have to guillotine further approvals beyond a certain date. So please tell your teams that they should make sure that as soon as the SLSSC approvals are given, within 7 days, the scheme which has been approved should be reflected on the IMIs by the concerned district for which the scheme has been approved. If it's a multi-district scheme, then you decide which user is going to do it, and please get it done.
So because basis all the feedback we've got and earlier also and today as well, October के बाद कोई और fresh approvals नहीं दी जाएंगी. Let that be very clear. इसको आप record करके circulate कर दीजिए. Within October, of course, UP का जो system है being slightly different, we recognize that, but there also the linkage with December being the last point for उसके साथ.
Yeah, and as I just like to repeat that, so what we are saying is that we requested that the approvals be completed by 30th of September. There's a lot of progress that has been made, but there is some residual work remaining which the states are completing by 15th or by end of this month. There too, our request is that let us not dilute the timeline that we had set for ourselves for award of works. So even if the approval is given in the first or second half of October, please try and make sure that the works are awarded for even those schemes by the end of December. So we would have to be really on that we can't wish away, but let us not let there not be any kind of laxity on our part in terms of things that are within our control that contribute to any kind of delay. So please make sure that the approvals are given, and whatever approvals are given are recorded on the IMIs. In terms of pendency at the tender stage, now this is taken from the IMIs, and this currently reflects only the schemes which are reflected on the IMIs. As you saw in the previous two slides, there are a few schemes which are not reflected on the IMIs, and therefore we simply do not know whether the tenders have been done, whether the works have been awarded, whether the works have been started. They may have been, but we do not know because it is not recorded on the IMIs. Now, whatever is recorded on the IMIs, out of that, you can see state-wise in the table, there are a few schemes where approvals have been given, but tenders are yet to be invited, and this is a significant number in many states. Then there are schemes where tenders have been issued, but tenders have not yet been finalized and the work orders have not been issued. And where the work orders have been issued, but the works have not yet started. So these are three stages that come out of the IMIs, and we generally make an assessment in terms of whether things are moving forward or not. And that's why we are again repeating that please make sure that the schemes are entered on the IMIs, and your district users do update the status of the scheme as soon as the status changes. So if the tender is called, they must update that the tender has been issued. If the tender is opened, it's finalized, work order is issued, they must record on the IMIs that the work order has been issued. If the work has started, they must update the status the work has started. Then they should record progress, they should also record financial progress, and then close the scheme, and so that you at the state level and even the district collector at the district level is able to monitor and find out where are the schemes where we are, where there are delays, and then to understand the causes of those delays and to address them.
Does anyone want to say anything? Any issue on the points reflected here? Maybe you could go to the next lot of
Yeah, so all this we need to go
next page
away by December.
Anyone wants to say something? By the way, the NIC leadership is also here with us from the mission. So अगर किसी को कोई entry में any queries, any doubts, please talk to Mr. Pradeep. He's here from NIC.
The one Q1, Q2 targets की slide बीच में. So these are the states, these are the numbers, these have already been shared. Now is to make sure that by December 31, all this is done and all the works are awarded and the works are started.
कोई issues तो नहीं, यहाँ पे कोई issues तो नहीं. Surendra, anything? But tender तो साथ के साथ issue हो जाना चाहिए ना. We expect कि DPR बना होगा जब आप SLSC में लाए हैं.
Yes, ma'am. We are doing that. We are doing that.
और no serious problem with Rajasthan. आपकी बड़ी संख्या है जहाँ पे अभी तक टेंडर नहीं लगा. क्यों, क्या बात हो गई?
हमारे इसमें 19 लाख के टेंडर लगाने बाकी है. तो वो 44 है, 35 लाख तक दिसंबर तक की प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं. 5 लाख जायका फंडेड है, सब उसको थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा टेंडर अप्रूव करने में. लेकिन 35 लाख कर
अच्छा. Because that's a good point. I think wherever there's some externally aided projects, Tamil Nadu is now going in for externally aided. We will need to track those separately and to see how to harmonize the requirements of the bilateral, multilateral agencies.
But external agencies से तो state share के लिए arrangements कर रहे हैं ना. जायका से आप state share का arrangement कर रहे हैं.
सर, लेकिन टेंडर्स वगैरह वहीं से अप्रूव किया
कर रहे होंगे, they would be doing their oversight.
हाँ,
So I think we should separately make a note of this and review जहाँ
If you need to deploy a dedicated DMU for this to speed up the things, please do so.
And if you need any intervention, अगर उन agencies में थोड़ा सा हमको कहने की जरूरत है कि वो तेजी ले आएं through DA or otherwise, let us know if we can help in any way. अगर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की कोई इंटरवेंशन से आपकी वर्ल्ड बैंक, जायका, ADB कुछ और फंडेड प्रोजेक्ट्स में कुछ तेजी लाने की जरूरत हो तो हमें जरूर बता दें.
Ma'am, so this is the request that please review and make sure that these numbers do reduce over a period of time. Now coming to the performance so far in this year against the targets as an end of Q2. You can see that there are only two states, Tamil Nadu and Sikkim, which have already achieved and surpassed the targets that they had set out for up to Q2. So Q1 plus Q2 as per the annual action plan. Rest of the other states, there are some states where there is good progress, like Karnataka is at 87%, Odisha is at 68%, and there are lots of states which are at least above 50%. But if you go to the next slide, not able to meet those targets, and because looking at this, if we have to deliver on our annual targets, then we have to cover a lot of lost ground.
We'll exempt the host state. Hopefully, namak khila rahe hame. JNK, where is Shaleen here?
Yeah.
JNK क्या हो रहा है?
Ma'am, primarily it is I was also in the earlier stream actually, and that's to not function, but only the household connections part. So there are a lot of retrofitting schemes which are there. Now, whatever allotments have taken place, virtually the capacity within the state of the contractors to execute, that is reaching a point where.
But as you know, आपने सब कुछ कोशिश करके देख ली. आपने बाहर से भी लोग आके देख लिया ना. So you know all this.
Yes, ma'am. And also
जैसे तैसे इसको आपको ही capacity भी बढ़ानी है उनको आपको ही उनसे काम कराना.
This is one. That is where we are wondering how to go about that. Secondly, ma'am, if you notice, in March it was planned almost about 8 lakh was to be added. Now, since that time, there has been issues of procurement and other things that you had also visited. It's in your knowledge also. We've tried to resolve those issues. So
अभी तक आपके जम्मू रीजन की पाइप्स के टेंडर नहीं हुए ना?
अब हो चुका है मैम.
हो गया?
It's about we have a sufficient quantity to at least start the work, and the things are going on. But at least the procurement would not be an issue. Either of the places. We'll have to devise some mechanism by which we are able to get.
अब तुम आ गए हो. I have a lot of hope कि JNK का जो जीरो के फिगर रोज देख के थोड़ा सा दिल को धक्का लगता है ना, वो कुछ ठीक करोगे. अनुराग के साथ बैठो. हमें तुम्हारे से भी रोज की 20,000 की उम्मीद है. तब जाके कहीं कुछ ना कहीं काम चलेगा. हाँ, तो मैं इसलिए कह रही हूँ कुछ. Because JNK का रोज का जीरो की फिगर is becoming very stressful now.
I know.
In Maharashtra is very low. Maharashtra.
So,
Maharashtra also, we have been struggling to give FSTCs on the planned day-to-day basis, ma'am. I mean, you are also aware, ma'am, in initial years of the scheme, ma'am, Maharashtra had gone ahead with lots of connections to each and every household in the villages, simply because there was a large penetration of pipe water schemes in Maharashtra. So because of that, so first 2 years we were in a very good position, but now whatever FSTCs have to come, they will have to be given only after when the pipe water scheme has been upgraded to the Jal Jeevan Mission standards and those works are completed, then the FSTCs would be coming in for Maharashtra.
We have no problem with that.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of states have given private connections. अभी तमिलनाडु ने पीछे मेरे ख्याल से एक ही दिन में 1.5 लाख कुछ कर दिए थे. So as long as people are getting potable water of the required quantity and suitable.
Right, ma'am. But in case of Maharashtra, ma'am, we saw that the trend of reporting private connections vis-a-vis in proportion to the connections which are coming to the schemes is very large.
So
that has to be.
Pressure मत डालिए.
Yes, ma'am. And secondly, ma'am, since now our tenders are in place, ma'am, almost 75%, 3/4 of the works have been tendered now, ma'am, and half the work orders have been given out in Maharashtra, ma'am. I think now, ma'am, from quarter 3 and quarter 4, ma'am, we will be having very good, handsome progress in Maharashtra, ma'am, because we don't want to give out connections without upgrading the capacity of the schemes, which we did in the earlier 2 years of the scheme. Not right now. We are now planning to complete the works, start them by October end or by latest by November. All the works to be started, and then focus on FSTCs, ma'am.
We will wait till November, like in November, but
Definitely, we will show good progress in Maharashtra.
Tripura is also a little slow. Tripura. Were the northeastern states able to join?
Full target.
Will you be able to achieve it?
By March 23?
By March. Actually, madam, FSTC will be completed by March 2023. The main problem is the power connection. Already we have placed the fund to the electricity department for providing transformer, etc. But from power department there is some problem.
Okay.
That's the main issue for the state of Tripura. But anyhow, we are trying to complete all the FSTCs by March 2023.
Let's just make it a point to speak with the CM.
Aren't you making?
Chief
You need
Secretary.
to take it up. And if this issue is there in any other state where you would like us to take it up with the state government, your
There are only 2,000 households left. वो भी यूरेनियम के चलते वो नहीं हो पा रहे हैं. Otherwise,
बाकी आपका सारा काम हो चुका है.
No problem. सिर्फ गुजरात आपको ओवरटेक करने लगा है. तो गुजरात से, where is Gujarat? So hopefully everything is on track, and we are hoping to see next month you're going to.
Yes, ma'am. Probably in the next 10-12 days we'll be able to complete it.
Yeah, but we'll also expect to see all certifications completed.
Right, ma'am.
We are not anymore. We've burnt our fingers in the past. No state will be declared Har Ghar Jal until the certification is completed.
We are really pushing it at the field level, ma'am. We are organizing Gram Sabhas and having those
Apurv, Haryana is one of the states with which we've burnt our fingers. So Har Ghar Jal certification lag ke karwa dijiye.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
So 71% हो गया सर. वो
there is some problem in uploading the information. So we have done it all in.
And there are not 5.
In fact, I'm very happy we don't figure in any of the lists.
That's why. That's why I needed to engage you again, because you were drifting off to other issues. Certification.
I was surprised, ma'am. I was just noticing the Anganwadi in schools. We have done 100% of the schools and 96% of the Anganwadis.
अभी आपको functionality.
But it is showing 83 and 78.
वही
I was only talking about.
हाँ, वो functionality
assessment. It was
assessment.
all related.
अभी आते हैं उस पे functionality assessment.
Meghalaya? Meghalaya already.
So after that, it also not only took terms in role in terms of destruction of existing works, also the material had to be diverted, which we had mobilized for future works. So now we are getting things back on track, and we can see some significant numbers in coming months.
Then Bihar.
कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. आप कंप्लीट कब तक करने का सोचे? आप तो बिल्कुल कटार पे करना.
हमारा कुछ लीगल इशू है, कुछ लीगल.
हाँ, आपका कोई कोर्ट केसेस चल रहे हैं कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स.
एक बीएस है जो हम लोग 31 दिसंबर तक पूरा कर लेंगे, कोर्ट केसेस को छोड़ के.
कोर्ट केसेस हाई कोर्ट में है ना?
हाँ, 1 लाख कनेक्शन है.
कॉन्ट्रैक्टर गया हुआ है. उसमें कोई
नहीं, वो फर्जी बैंक गारंटी देके काम ले लिया था, उसी पर केस हुआ है. इशू है जिसको
आपकी चीफ सेक्रेटरी साहब को मालूम है इसके बारे में? एक बार फिर से बात कीजिए उनसे. मैं वेट.
बाकी 1 लाख है, वो हम लोग दिसंबर तक बीएस का.
और आपकी भी सर्टिफिकेशन हो रही है?
सर्टिफिकेशन का भी प्रोसेस शुरू हो रहा है.
करा दीजिए.
Kerala.
Madam, coming months more progress will come because we are retrofitting. We was doing previously we are doing retrofitting. Now we wanted to construct major schemes, so that delays there, and also some permission from National Highway Railways are there. Now Government of India is helping us to resolve that issue. So the coming months, the progress will be more.
And is your land acquisition done?
Yeah, land acquisition now the district collectors are involved,
Yes.
madam. Frequently, every month one meeting is conducting by our managing director, chief secretary, and also the chairman, secretary of water resources and MD. So that will get good progress.
Okay. By the way, since he's raised the point of clearances, I hope all states know that wherever you are facing a problem with any central agency, which is basically NHAI, MOEFC, which have uploaded their issues on clearances on Monday, and Surendra, thanks for pointing out, आपकी वजह से हमने कल की meeting Monday पे shift करी है. So please do review yourself. आपके कई बारी nodal officers करते हैं, वो कितना ध्यान दे रहे हैं, कितने नहीं. At least हमारे जो nodal officer हैं, वो ये कहते हैं कि state से उनको पूरा response नहीं मिल रहा. Now this intervention is being done only and only for you. And in fact, on the suggestion of some of you, we even extended it not just to JJM water projects, but even others that you are doing under state schemes or under centrally assisted, right? So make sure that you stay. Try and see that you if you can make up for the lost time of the flood season.
Immediately, ma'am, in the months of October and November, there will be reasonable actual catch-up will happen in December.
Oh, good.
So, ma'am, I think...
Nagaland, is there someone from Nagaland? We haven't discussed Nagaland for a while. How are things?
It's a little lacking, sir. Ma'am.
Okay.
But we hope with the input of more materials.
We've just celebrated with you your move to the next higher category, but
yes, it was
the pace is still slow.
Yes,
there are 10, 20, 70 in the state, so please see how you can step that up a little.
We hope to improve in the next few months.
All right. Manipur similarly has been showing very slow. Is there someone from Manipur? Yeah.
Ma'am, we are sorry because I think we set a very stiff target in the beginning. We thought like things would work out as per our plan, but the work awarded through the EAP that got delayed for some time, but now they are on board. Now I think things will improve now.
Okay. The construction work. Yeah.
13. Serial.
Attack.
We have achieved 42.51%.
आपका तो अब कितना टाइम रह गया? कब तक काम चलता रह सकता है वहाँ पे?
Another 30 days.
30 days.
Yeah, it will be very cold thereafter.
30 days में कुछ खींचेगा?
Yes, we are on it.
You are at it. कितना expect करें 30 days में? कितना आपकी planning है? नए connection कितने लग जाएंगे 30 दिनों में?
17%.
चलो, just review and see what is the max you can do. And then we wish you good luck for the coming winter months, and we hope all your efforts at preventing the pipes from freezing, etc. work very well. We'll also be interested in hearing कि कैसा आपका experience आ रहा है. Mizoram. Do we have Mizoram?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, yes. The monsoon has started late in Mizoram also here. So the work is in progress. We will be completing by December, the end of this month.
By the end of October itself, they should start? Okay. Right. And Sikkim?
Yes, ma'am, we have been working now.
Why are you all at the back? You should come up in front. Okay, but anyway, Badai.
Yes, ma'am, we have been working and now monsoons are almost over. So now we really pick up the pace. We expect to
All
meet our achievements.
all
Yeah, all our
schemes
points.
are now back to construction is
Yes,
also now back. Okay, good.
Second, आपने जो Q1 और Q2 का टारगेट रखा ना, that was only 10% of your annual target. So आपका हो गया है. respect of also
जब कर जाएंगे into the 20% plus category,
और हमारी ये भी फिगर इस समय 14 के आसपास में बढ़ रही है और हमारी
पर आपने ज़्यादा उम्मीद हमें दिलाई है।
हाँ मैम वो भी आपकी उम्मीद आ गई है। इसमें मैम हमारा जो टारगेट है हमने फर्स्ट क्वार्टर में तो मैम एक्चुअली फर्स्ट क्वार्टर में मैम हमारी प्रोग्रेस निकली केवल एक क्वार्टर की प्रोग्रेस है। तो आप जानते हैं एक क्वार्टर में हमने करीब 14 लाख अगले क्वार्टर में जैसे
Next. Yeah, in terms of the Har Ghar Jal certification, as we can see, there are 4 states and UTs which are already Har Ghar Jal certified. So all villages have been certified as Har Ghar Jal. There's Punjab at 99%. In fact, out of the 35 districts which are now Har Ghar Jal certified, Punjab has 16 of them. So a lot of work has happened in the last 2 months, and on the Swachh Bharat Divas, when we actually felicitated 32 districts, Sabha should be organized for certification. So please start reviewing according to that timeline so that it does happen in the field. Otherwise, what we've seen is that on the portal we see 1.6 lakh villages as Har Ghar Jal reported. Against that, certified is 33,000. These 33,000 are coming from these 35 districts, largely. And therefore, wherever a village has been reported as Har Ghar Jal, I think it's upon us to pursue and make sure that, and most of these villages were reported as Har Ghar Jal way back in June itself. So those 60 days are long gone. We had organized the Har Ghar Jal Utsav with that target that let us cover that backlog. We did see some progress. We have still seen a lot of progress, but I believe that those villages which are already reported as Har Ghar Jal, there is no reason why they should not be certified. So please review this according to these timelines, and one push from the state level. We should see many more villages certified, many more blocks certified.
Yeah.
And that
is anyone facing any problems in this? Because where the rural development department is separate, there might be an issue. Is there a problem? Do you want us to take it up with your state government at a higher level? Apu, wanted to say something?
No, I'm quite surprised that it's not reflected. Ma'am, we didn't have a panchayats. Elections are being held now. So maybe we'll have them in November. Even then we decided to go ahead with this. We deputed BDOs, SCDOs, panchayat secretaries and other officers in the district. And it's 100%. I'm just surprised we would come.
So sir, maybe Gram Sabhas have
everything has happened.
But data
first to 7.
Videos.
Maybe now we have to, our internet is not working properly. We'll come to Punjab and upload our data.
अगर चंडीगढ़ में इंटरनेट नहीं चल रहा है तो then we have a serious problem. कोई और वजह बताना ये मत बताना. Any other state having a problem? Do you want us to intervene with your state government for the rural development department to support you, or any other? Do we need to?
So this once reported, I believe it's within our control. So we should just pursue and get at least those which are reported, get them as certified. Next slide, please. We've highlighted those colors. Those
Zero क्यों है? Odisha zero कैसे हो रहा है? And you have both departments.
Start the process, ma'am. We will start it.
What is the issue?
Ma'am, I'll tell you separately.
Okay. Who else is on zero?
Bihar is zero. Bihar, they're saying that they're starting.
अब आप शुरू कर रहे हो ना इसका? कर रहे हैं शुरू? करीन आप कराइए. जितना भी है हर घर जल उसको चेक करिए, अगर वाकई में है तो सर्टिफाई कराइए.
Like this 1,118 villages, sir.
अगर नहीं है तो उसको करा दीजिए. उत्तराखंड, नितेश का? उत्तराखंड?
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, actually many things have been going on. We had to pass all the DPRs, ma'am. There were around 1,200 DPRs. And ma'am, disaster season is also, ma'am, going on. So now, ma'am, we will be following it up and making the proposals.
Where is your secretary?
Ma'am, because rain alert is there, so yes.
So in many of the states it's less than 10%. So we request you to please start reviewing this at the state level.
Where is Himach?
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Ma'am, in fact, there is no problem as such because as you during the annual action plan meeting, as you anticipated, we in fact had a special Gram Sabha session in the month of July. So unfortunately, that day it was raining very heavily. So some of the Gram Panchayats could not hold their Gram Sabha. They organized on the next Sunday, but the quorum, there was a problem with the quorum. Now on the 2nd of October also, we had a Gram Sabha and had a special session on the Har Ghar certification. And as of today, the figure is 2,400, nearing 2,500. So we are working on it.
तो वो अपलोड हो रही है
वो मैम कर रहे हैं, जो हो रही है उसको अपलोड कर रहे हैं.
Next. Coming to the last part of this particular presentation, and this relates to the financing. There are 5 states which have so far received the second tranche, that is around 50% of the total annual allocation, and these are Gujarat, Himachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, Nagaland and Tripura. There are 14 states which have availed the first tranche, which should now look for availing the second tranche. There are 12 states which have not yet taken any money this year so far, plus the state of Andhra Pradesh. So there are 13 states where we are still waiting for the states to become eligible. Now, out of these 13, the transfer of commensurate state share for the last year's central release up to releases of central share up to last year is only pending in Andhra Pradesh. In other states, it's just a matter of meeting the benchmark expenditure of 75% of available funds. Next slide. Here we have tried to summarize state-wise what is the requirement in terms of expenditure, both for the central share and for the state share, for the state to become eligible for the next tranche. Our request is that unless the states take money from us, we are going to have this problem of budget cuts going forward when our budget discussions start taking place. This year we are much better off than previous years, but there's still a lot more money that can be taken by the states, especially since 12 states have not taken anything.
Andhra Pradesh. Any progress on getting your releases from your finance?
No, ma'am.
No. Even last year's they are not able to give, no?
Yes.
Okay. And Mizoram.
Go to previous slide.
That's states.
Previous slide. Previous.
Yes, states share of 15 crore is
Next slide,
treasury.
Next slide. Due state share of first tranche not yet transferred. Are you hopeful of getting? Sorry, come again.
It has been already released, but it is still stuck up in the treasury.
Yeah, so release has to happen from treasury. No? What is the issue?
State is in some problem now.
Mizoram. Vikas Rain Sabha. Next.
Summarizing all this, again, we would request that please ensure that all approvals that have already been accorded are recorded in the IMIS, preferably by the 20th of October, so that schemes which are approved in this month. Har Ghar Jal certification usually is just by way of a reminder that as soon as a village is reported, and this we issued in the month of July. So prior to that, there was no such benchmark. In the month of July, we issued this benchmark that as soon as it is reported, preferably within 60 days, a Gram Sabha should be organized. So please take a look at whatever villages are reported. If the Gram Sabhas have been conducted, please get the required documents uploaded on the portal. If there is any issue in uploads, etc., please get in touch with us. We will try and sort it out and make it smooth. I believe that the portal is working because we've seen significant progress from all states, including Haryana. Haryana now has 5 Harghar Jal certified districts. Gujarat has 3, Punjab has 16, and there's one from Madhya Pradesh and various other Harghar Jal certified states. Yeah, and we've simplified the process. 1-2 certificates हमने उसमें से हटा भी दिए हैं और सर्वर स्पीड्स वगैरह भी बहुत इम्प्रूव किए हैं. जो NIC के सर्वर पहले प्रॉब्लम थी because those servers were not NIC servers. Now they are high speed servers. जो हमारा IMIS का सर्वर है उसके equivalent back-end infrastructure भी arrange किया है. And finally, in terms of finance, please try and avail your next tranche by 31st of October so that we are all comfortably placed in terms of making sure that we do preserve all the budget that we have got this year. Thank you.
Ma'am, we are waiting, willing and wanting you to release the first tranche.
Yes, Haryana.
16 crores. We were in italics.
Initially, we had requested that please go through the fact sheets. The national functionality report is available on our website. Now the state-wise reports are also available on our national website. And this time in the functionality assessment exercise, the district-wise reports have also been prepared. So the soft copies of the district-wise report, district reports and all the state reports are now hosted on our NGJM website. We will be making a presentation in terms of on some of the key parameters, how the states are faring. And then the purpose is to highlight those key parameters where we found gaps and to understand whether, so for example, we have already received a reference from Gujarat explaining how they will improve things based on the findings of the functionality assessment, and we are looking forward to the suggestions and discussions on the findings. So Pradeep, just take us through the presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. So very good afternoon to you all. Respected Secretary Ma'am, Additional Secretary and Mission Director, Principal Secretary Punjab, and all my senior colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Functionality assessment exercise, as you know, is very important. All the investment that we are doing under Jal Jeevan Mission becomes meaningless if we are not able to supply potable water on regular and long-term basis. The functionality assessment exercise that we have undertaken this time, we have taken only those villages where at least 20 households were provided with tap water supply connections. So that was our universe. So out of 6 lakh villages, we had around 4 lakh villages out of which samples were drawn. In this year's functionality assessment, we tried to cover around 13,000 villages on a random sample basis we chosen for each state. And in each village, based on number of schemes, number of households were selected from head end, middle end and tail end, so that there is adequate representation and we will come to know.
Pradeep, one sec. So I want to request you all, please do also listen to how the national functionality assessment was done. We do want to request all of you कि अगर हो सके अपनी state में please try and do a similar thing. This is just a tool for finding out कि actually what is the situation on ground. So just as the National Jal Jeevan Mission has done this on a random sampling basis, you can also engage an agency. I'm sure Pradeep and his team will be happy to share with you the documents, etc., which you can readily use. तो अगर हो सके तो अपनी स्टेट में भी एक अपना functionality assessment करा लीजिए. It will give you good information to act on. And this is not a fault finding exercise. So इसको please, जैसे he's just pointed out, सब गाँव तो यही नहीं. Only those villages where you reported, where the states and UTs reported that there is a pipe water scheme. So pipe water supply scheme जहाँ है वही गाँव लिए, जहाँ पे बताया गया कि वो pipe water scheme में कम से कम 20 घरों को पानी मिल रहा है, सिर्फ वही लिए, not just के पकड़ने के लिए किसी को weak link को नहीं पकड़ा, only the reportedly strong areas were taken. So please don't see this as any effort by Government of India or the National Mission to show anyone in a bad light. We are all, if there is any weakness, it reflects on each one of us in this room. It's not as though it comes on me and not on you or vice versa. So we are all in this together. We are all trying to find out kahan gaps hain. Abhi time.
So we chose from our IMIS on random basis, and the samples were drawn which are significant at the district level. So for each district, almost at least 300 to between 150 to 400 households were selected, and villages range from say around 12 to 18 villages were chosen from each district. So in all, out of the sample of the villages that we chose, almost 5,000 villages. So 5,200 villages were Har Ghar Jal villages. So our sample was such, based on the proportion of the tap connections. So more tap connections, those villages were more likely to be selected, and based on that we did this selection. And our team then visited, states were informed well in advance, and household questionnaires were taken where beneficiaries were asked certain questions. The perception questions were also asked, and actual measurement of the quantity of water supply took place based on the time measurement, and the quality samples were drawn, and they were sent to state labs and AVL accredited labs if they were available, and in your own lab. So in a way, the functionality assessment exercise also assess the performance of lab, and that we will share with you how that fared. And we asked the beneficiary about the regularity of water supply. So that was a perception question. And we also visited schools and Anganwadis and saw whether the water is being supplied, and from there also the samples were drawn. So in this exercise, large number of samples were drawn and that were sent to the labs, and we saw the capacity constraint that labs faced, and because of that our results were slightly delayed because it took a lot of time to get those samples analyzed and analyzed and get uploaded on the WQMIS. So after that exercise, we came out main, let's say 5 or 6 parameters, which I will present before you, which are the key, I think you should take key takeaways that you can take away from the functionality assessment exercise. There are a lot of many other things which will help you understand how the pipe water supply works and how what are the service level parameters and what are other things which are provided in great detail that would be very useful for designing your operation and maintenance policies. What are the key issues, key challenges that single village schemes are facing, multi-village schemes are facing, what are the quality issues that typical district is facing. So those things are discussed in detail. But at a leadership level, let's focus on 5 or 6 things that I think we should keep in mind, because I think if we keep those things under control, so more or less other things will fall in line. Next slide, please. Yeah. So first thing, when we visited from our IMIS, we culled out villages and we went to the field. We found that there are certain data reporting issues. So we found that there are villages where there are no pipe water supply scheme on ground, even if they are reported as pipe water supply villages on IMIS. So the top line is the blue line, which has 15%, and in Nagaland again 15%. So I think a lot of data correction issues are there. Let us check our scheme entry data again, and at least get those corrections done. We have requested time and again to do this data updation exercise, because this is the database on which every year we will be drawing samples. And if we are not correcting it, or if we are not replacing it with good quality data, these problems will continue to come and embarrass us. Next slide.
If I may just explain this. So when we initially drew sample of those 13,000 villages which were to be visited, our teams went to these villages, and these villages were selected because on IMIS they were shown to be having a pipe water supply scheme with at least 20 functional connections. But when the teams went to the villages, they found that there is no pipe water supply scheme in that village. And therefore, we had to replace those villages with other sampled villages again from the database. So this basically reflects that there are schemes, data entry, old data entry existing on IMIS, which perhaps we have not, this is not sanitized. We'll also have an approved FSTC number, and therefore, or it will have some number of FSTCs already covered through that scheme. And therefore, your residual numbers come down, and they'll be, later on we may find that there are still households for which approvals are to be given. So the request is that isko jarur dekh lijiye, because if this is not correct, if our reporting and the data on the basis of which we are monitoring the scheme, or we are doing a functionality assessment, or we are doing any review, monitoring, etc., if that is not reliable, then it leads to problems for all of us. So please, request would be, as I said in the first presentation also, that there are gaps in data entry, but there are also data quality issues. So please do take a look at this intensively, so that these issues are sorted.
और ये मार्च अप्रैल में हुआ था, तो अब देख लीजिए कि कम से कम अब तक तो इनमें पाइप वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम आ गई ना. It shouldn't be कि अभी भी नहीं है. So please check. You have all the lists with you, yes. The names of the villages जहाँ पे ये पाया गया. ये चेक करवा लीजिए कि कम से कम आज की डेट में तो there's a functional scheme there. If not, then the IMI.
ये जो लिस्ट है इसको हम एक्सेल शीट फॉर्मेट में भी लेकर के आपके साथ शेयर कर दे रहे हैं. But this is only from the sample that we have drawn. But we can very well say that it is representative of the district, because the samples were significant at district level. So we should not limit ourselves to the list that we have providing, but also carry out due diligence for all the schemes that are there.
अनुराग, जैसे आपने चेक कराया था, आप तो नाराज हो गए थे जब आपने आपको ये स्नीक प्रीव्यू बताया था.
मैम नाराज नहीं हुए थे. हमारी मीटिंग में हमको ब्लेम किया गया.
नहीं,
और सीएम के सामने ये ब्लेम किया गया कि देखिए आपके स्टेट में कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, और ये हम किसी उसके साथ शेयर भी नहीं किया गया था. कोई चीज बिना हमसे शेयर किए अचानक सीएम के सामने की जाए, दैट्स नॉट प्रॉपर.
तो इसको, दिस वाज द बैकग्राउंड, दिस इज द इशू. कुछ स्टेट्स में ऐसा सामने आया है. Please check the data regarding our own state, and as Pradeep has said, other villages which were not picked up for the random sampling might also have this situation. Just make sure that this is correct. So obviously,
tap connections did not receive water during the week when the most important ones were, if you see the water line issue again, or maybe the schemes have been handed over to the community and electricity bills are not being paid, or the pump operator is not, their salaries are not being paid, especially in UP, because I remember from the ground also. These were the major issues. Even if the pipe water supply was there, tube well was there, pump operator was not there to operate those pumps. So those things were there, and of course the different state issues will be different. So this also has to be looked at. This is the bare minimum. Is the benchmark under Jal Jeevan Mission. So Rajasthan and Andaman and Nicobar, we found that less than 60% households that where the tap connection was working, means they were getting water in last 7 days. In those connections, on reduced base, they were not getting 55 LPCD. And then the next in line is Nagaland, Maharashtra, Mizoram, Madhya Pradesh, Manipur, and Puducherry was best among the lot, where all the households reported that they got 55% of the water. Next, 55 LPCD of the water. Now, within 55 LPCD, because we had measured the quantity, we also could calculate those states, those not receive even 10 LPCD of the water. Nagaland also. Next in line are Jharkhand, Mizoram, and Haryana also. There were areas where they did not receive at least 10 LPCD of the water. We have the list district-wise. So, and in Jal Jeevan Mission, we are providing a lot of emphasis on quality. Today we will be discussing about the quality campaign. There is a dedicated fund under Jal Jeevan Mission to focus on quality. So this is the result that we have got. In Sikkim, Kerala and Tripura, less than 60, these are the states which are which less than 60% of the household received quality water. In Sikkim 57%, Kerala 53%, and Tripura 44%. Because we experienced in Delhi yesterday, there was a shortage, so everybody was panicking. We try to store water because everything is dependent. Our daily life is dependent. Everything gets disturbed. So this we have to from engineering point of view, it is not really an issue. But from user customer point of view, it is one of the very important issues. And in Manipur, we saw that only 50%, 57% of the households were receiving water regularly. Jharkhand, JNK, Odisha, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, again, of the communities. We have to utilize our KRCs for L3 and L2 and L3 training, ISAs for capacity building of our Pani Samitis and Gram Panchayats.
Yeah, Pradeep. Yeah, so in terms of the regularity, the definition was at least once a day or as per the schedule declared for the water supply. So it's not benchmarked against once a day. It's benchmarked against the local system which the consumer was asked कि आपको पानी डेली मिलता है, अगर डेली मिलता है तो रेगुलर मिलता है, वो काउंट हो गया, उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. और अगर डेली नहीं मिलता है तो नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन वाज कि आपको पानी कब कब मिलने की सूचना है, कब तक, मतलब आपको वंस अ वीक पानी मिलता है कि ट्वाइस अ वीक मिलता है कि एवरी ऑल्टरनेट डे मिलता है, क्या आपको बताया गया है कि पानी आपके यहाँ कब आएगा और उस शेड्यूल के हिसाब से पानी आपके पास आ रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा. सो दैट्स हाउ द रेगुलरिटी एस्पेक्ट वाज measured and benchmarked. So it's not strictly against a benchmark of once a day. Though going forward, the next year's functionality assessment, we intend to move into the benchmark of once a day. So we will no more have this variable then, because then it becomes
that only that tap connection qualifies as a functional household tap connection which satisfies on all these three parameters. So intersection of the set. Next slide, please. So this, previous one, yeah. So the overall functionality in terms of quantity, quality and regularity, we really come down to very low figures. So at a national level, we are at 62%. In Rajasthan, only 38% of the household qualified as functional households. Households with functional household tap connections. In 40 to 60% category, Ladakh, Karnataka, Assam, again UP, Nagaland, Jharkhand, Haryana, Odisha, JNK, Sikkim, Mizoram, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Tripura, Manipur, Kerala, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So we have to work on India. At country level, we found only 14% of the households were getting chlorine within permissible limits. So as such, when we are shifting to piped water supply systems, residual chlorine becomes the most important. Residual chlorine becomes very important to ensure that our water supply is secure from the bacteriological contamination. Residual chlorine presence ensures that from the source to the point of consumption, there is a security, there is a risk coverage that is provided. It may happen that from the source, from the tube well, the water is going without any bacteriological contamination, but there is some contamination that gets picked up due to leakage of wall or due to the unhygienic storage at the household level. So if there is a residual chlorine present, it will kill those bacteria and help the realization that we want that potable water supply will reduce waterborne diseases. This is the way in which we will be ensuring that. And if we lose sight of this parameter, I think the whole investment that we are making under Jal Jeevan Mission will not yield the health benefit that we are envisaging. So, in terms of how we fare, we see that Telangana, almost more than 80% of the households were receiving residual chlorine within permissible limits. So we have very good benchmarks also. And in Nagaland and Ladakh, there was no system of chlorination anywhere. So at a policy level, there is some issue, I think, that needs to be addressed. In less than 25% category, there are 19 states. Between 25 to 50, there are 9 states.
Okay.
Yeah. That analysis is also there in the state report.
While above the norm is also obviously not recommended,
Right.
the general view amongst health experts is that the much greater problem is the absence of adequate chlorination.
Right.
And that what many of us believe is too much chlorine. हमें उसका taste आता है, smell आता है, and we believe कि बहुत ज़्यादा chlorine है. वो actually appropriate level होता है in many cases. So the advice from public health experts is that we also need to educate people that some smell, some taste of chlorine is not a bad thing. It shows that the water has been properly disinfected and made safe to drink.
Ma'am, in this context, for Odisha, wherever we are going for groundwater based water supply systems, which is about 35% of our villages, consciously we have taken a decision that no chlorination will be done because our groundwater sources have been earlier tested and found to be not having bacteriological issues. That was the thing, but yes, there can be ideological discussions whether groundwater should also be 100% chlorinated. So far we have not done, and so therefore the numbers will look adverse for us.
So that's exactly what Pradeep is trying to say. If there is such a policy position taken in any state, please consider reversing that as soon as possible. The point is not that the groundwater itself is safe. The point is that there's a whole chain involved until the water reaches the household and even the storage in the household. There can be contamination any point in the root. And bacteriological contamination, as we know, is the most important source of waterborne diseases which cause so much morbidity and mortality, including infant mortality. So globally, the gold standard is chlorination through the distribution network at various points. There is a risk. Some pipe could have a small leakage. We know that every leakage point becomes a source for contamination. So please consider reversing that policy as soon as possible. And please see if you can make sure that all your systems have chlorinators added to them.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the idea should be that so the surface water schemes normally have a water treatment plant, and the water treatment plant disinfection and treatment process includes chlorination. And therefore, in most of the surface water schemes, you will find at the end point, if you check for residual chlorine, you will find residual chlorine. If your water treatment plant is functioning properly, because that's the design of the treatment plant. But the groundwater schemes, the general perception is that if the groundwater, but even if it doesn't happen, once we are pumping the water out, we are, while delivering to the households, at any point of time, the infection, the bacteriological contamination can happen due to leakages, due to not doing preventive maintenance of the overhead tanks, or due to unsafe usage at the end point. What the chlorine has is a property that if it is present in the water in residual quantities, it then keeps on having that insecticide effect, so to say, disinfection effect up to 24 hours even after the water has been taken out of the tap. And therefore, it provides that additional protection. Now, conventionally, the systems, I don't know about other states, but my state was always that there will be some worker who will do chlorination. Now, that system never worked. It doesn't. So perhaps we should look at inline chlorination systems. I just... Does
anyone want to discuss it?
Yeah. I just want to add, although as per the percentage we may not feel proud about it, but just I want to explain about the potency. Bleaching powder is the potency 30 to 35%, half-life period is 6 months. And that regards to 10 or 12%, that's not effective, and operators are also not liking because their hands are also affected with that. So sodium hypochlorite is well accepted by the operators, and it's very easy to use, and its half-life period is more, 6 months, and 9% only come to the 5% after 6 months. So potency remains stable. And this structure we have created throughout the state. Operators have been given 20 to 30 liter capacity tanks, small PVC containers. They come to the storage facility and take to the schemes.
But then you need to check why is it so low then? Is it that the quantity is not enough, it's not being used properly, regularly, etc.? So what is going on? Since you have a good system at the macro level, what is happening at the micro level so that the outcomes are still a little proud?
That's what I said, 25% is not feeling proud of.
So दोबारा check कर लो. Maybe things have improved since then. Or you might want information of any outbreak of waterborne disease in a rural area. So if there is any outbreak of waterborne disease attributable to drinking water issues in a rural area, whether you have a pipe water supply.
That suits our topography and our requirement. But my request is that different vendors are coming, different type of equipment. If some small working group could be set up.
Engage किए हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया लेवल पे, they are all actually retired chief engineers, chief chemists, etc. They are all from various state governments and they understand the work of the public health agencies. हिमाचल के भी हैं हमारे पास, तो हम उनको ये issues pose कर देंगे and you can interact with them. कर रहे हैं तो inline chlorinators से जरूर करिए, and अगर उसको करने में if you have any questions or any doubts, please let us know and we'll be happy to have the technical group work on this. We already have technical experts, we'll just pose this issue.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ma'am, I just want to add, the centralized chlorine...
No, we will do that. We'll ask our national wash experts, so we'll constitute a group who can interact with the states, but we note that HP and MP in particular have some concerns.
So I think, ma'am, the Punjab system, I think that is very useful. I think other states also can use that, taking stocks, having some centralized quality control over material that...
only after they cross this 25%.
Madam, I wanted to add one point from Kerala. Actually, this sodium hypochlorite, some of the states are recommended, but it is comparatively costly. So what we have done in Sabarimala, we are using sodium chloride and making sodium hypochlorite. So the national agency can look in that process and that also considered.
So the situation actually changes from states to state. They have an alkali unit which produces this as a byproduct, so I think they're able to buy it at competitive rates. What product you use and how you use it will depend on it.
Next slide, please. So now another thing to ensure quality was availability of field testing kits at village level. So this is based on the perception. So even if the field testing kits may have been available, but people were not aware, so therefore it has resulted that there is no availability of field testing kit. And we see that in less than 25% category, there are 18 states. That's a big number, and that is slightly because many of us are procuring a lot of field testing kits. So there more IEC campaign, more IEC has to be undertaken in water quality monitoring and surveillance. I think that is the message that is coming out of this slide.
You know that we're constantly requesting that the youth encouraged. And that's one way of getting every village must be trained on how to use the FTK, and the availability of FTKs must be centrally ensured in each and every village, and every village should ensure that they test and upload the information in the water quality MIS. So this is the only way of having people in the village understand the importance of quality water and have the confidence जब आप लोग इतनी मेहनत करके उनको इतना अच्छा पानी पीने को दे रहे हो, that they should not need to use any ROs, any filters or any other mechanism after that, then let them also have the confidence of seeing themselves that the water is indeed of the potable standard. So isko zarur, please do again work on this to make sure every village has trained people, particularly Anganwadi workers, ASHA workers, other teacher, nurse, whoever you can identify. Make sure that they have the FTKs, they use them, the data is uploaded, and if there is a problem found, then remedial action immediately taken and again uploaded on the data.
So,
request you कि अपने अपने घरों में भी एक FTK रख के अपनी state का अपना पानी टेस्ट करके देखिए क्या है.
In fact,
I'm sure you all use RO, I do, and it would be instructive to check pre-RO, post-RO, what is the FTK showing up. अपने आप एक check करके देखिए.
Ma'am, in this time, this data belongs to March and April, but in Punjab, pre-monsoon, what we did, we as a campaign went to every village and we did use our FTK kit in presence of people 4-5 जैसे आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर हो गया, स्कूल के टीचर्स हो गए, सबको वो बोटल दोनों सिखाए मैम, बैक्टीरियोलॉजिकल वाला और एफडीके वाला. So I hope the next survey में will do it.
Next slide, please. Next slide. So we checked on WQMIS. So a lot of labs are NABL accredited and they have sufficient number of parameters. But when we gave samples, less than 9 parameters were of awareness that not many public samples are coming. But if you want to give them quality service, fresh college graduates, MSc students, at least they be in labs for 2-3 years, they get some kind of remuneration and they provide those services so that there is no constraint that we are facing. And at senior most level, if we start reviewing and make some effort, I think a lot of scenario in water quality monitoring and surveillance will change. A lot of useless ROs will go away. Our minister always 24 district lab out of 713 district lab have less than 9 parameters. That's all I would like to say at this point. Yeah. Next. Now, presence of Pani Samitis. So in IMIS we have very good reporting of Pani Samitis and village action plan. However, the awareness about Pani Samitis who are members is not available with the community. They don't know who are the chairpersons and who are the members. So that again reflects on the ISAs are not really working to the extent they should work. So in less than 25% villages, this is what reported that in Chhattisgarh, Bihar, Goa, Odisha, Tripura, Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, Andaman Nicobar, Sikkim and Ladakh, people said that Pani Samitis, they don't know about the presence of Pani Samitis. Next. Another service delivery parameter is levying of service delivery charges. So across the country the situation is varying. In Puducherry and Goa, more than 80% of the villages are levying some kind of water service charges which are suitable for their based on the expenditure that they have to incur to support to ensure the functioning of water supply scheme. They are levying. In 50 to 80% Goa, Mizoram, Maharashtra. Goa has slightly different system, so I think villages are not levying. The state directly collects from the people. So the Goa context is slightly different. But in other states, I think we have to see this. In less than 25% category, we have Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan and others. The brackets are percentages of villages where water service delivery charges are being levied. So in West Bengal, 2% of villages said that they are levying water service delivery charges. Telangana only 1%.
Will fully subsidize it, तो बात और है. Otherwise, जहाँ पे लगाने का विचार है, वहाँ पे लगवा दीजिए जितना जल्दी हो सके. And of course, the village panchayats through the BWSCs must be authorized both to levy and collect and use. तो ये वहीं पे local level पे रहे. आप सिर्फ एक benchmark अगर set करना चाहते हैं तो कर दीजिए कि this is the rate that the state, if the state government wants to so advise, and if you believe that is helpful to the panchayat.
Then availability of skilled human resource for operation and maintenance of the scheme, for routine maintenance of the scheme, small things that happen at village level. In the mission we are and during the assessment we found that in Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Uttarakhand, Chhattisgarh, Jammu and Kashmir, Assam, Tripura, Ladakh, they in these states, less than 25% of the villages had identified skilled manpower. So this is another very important issue, and I think the ISAs and ITIs, KRCs should be used to ensure that the pump operators, especially the plumbing skill, should be available at the village level.
Just hold on. Yes, so colleagues, this is where we are looking for convergence with the skill development mission. Vision of those skill sets. It may so happen that there might be people deployed who are just, trained by the contractor in terms of how to operate it, but they may not have the requisite skills. कि जब वो contractor चला जाएगा तो वो independently उसको कर सके. So therefore, please take initiative. If you can come up with a course in your state.
Gujarat has recently started training of pump operators in collaboration with ITIs.
Yeah.
They have been training pump operators now, both in the electrical field and for the duration is about 2 weeks. And we have also been providing them with toolkits which we have procured online. So they will be also distributed, and we'll also be providing them at the end of the course. At the end of this 2-week course, we'll also.
Haryana has partnered with a skill university. We have a skill university at Palwal and Haryana Skill Development Mission. So we have given them district-wise targets, and they are doing a 6 days program, including plumbing, electrician, and as well as pump operators. So they are also certifying. Also, they are. Ma'am, these people actually we have taken up. Those are already working with us. So.
चलिए इसको review कर लीजिए as you go along. I mean it's a great start, but you might want to review is 1 week enough, 2 weeks, 1 month, what is it? But whatever you do appropriate to your situation, please give them a certificate which entitles them to do the job going forward. And कुछ उसका rate भी अगर तय करके circulate करते हैं, it could be simply the rate for skilled labor which your labor department puts out regularly. But it will help, especially where the village water and sanitation committees are doing the O&M. If you can give them this guidance, अगर आप एक state level पे एक अगर ये course चला के करा के लोगों को skilling, if you can issue this guidance to your village water and sanitation committees, that they can use the services of those people who have this certification, and for that purpose they can pay them at this.
Around 6,000 women, ma'am, particularly. We have 6,000 gram panchayats.
Training for?
Women for plumbing, electrical and other skills, ma'am.
Very good. How are you training them?
Through our resource center, ma'am, through district resource center.
Are you giving them a certificate at the end of it?
That's what we are in confusion, madam. Who has to issue the certification?
अरे सरकार में ना कोई किसी को पूछने की जरूरत नहीं है. आप अपना उठा के your government seal के साथ एक issue कर दीजिए.
That we can do, ma'am.
But if you, of course, it would be excellent if you could partner with your department of the state which deals with skill. Almost every state now has department of skill development. If you could partner with them and make sure that it is a certificate which is widely accepted, that would be great. Otherwise, whatever training you are giving, at the end of it, please make sure they get a certificate so that the user can also recognize who is a trained person versus untrained.
Ma'am, in Odisha also we have done a 10-day training, ma'am.
Yeah.
With the National Skill Development Council, we have discussed in detail and customized the module. And DDU, GKY, the implementing agencies have been enrolled for that, ma'am.
And started already?
Yes, ma'am. Out of our 15,000 odd people, some 13,000 in the first phase has been completed.
Wonderful. You give them a certificate?
Yes, ma'am. Because the Skill Development Council, once that is certified course, then they have empaneled the certifiers also.
And the Pani Samitis or BWSCs can use the services. Have you given them some guidelines?
In the
some
first,
letter is issued?
In the first phase, we have given this 10-day course for our self-employed mechanics who are already there on the payroll of the Gram Panchayat. In the second phase, we are planning to take up the 1 youth per village. Either it should be 0 or 100.
No, so this is the skilled human resource which is not on payroll, which is available in the village on demand. So Pani Samiti, if he feels, they can hire their services. So pump operator is there to operate pumps and regularly maintain it. But if there is a leakage wall which pump operator cannot solve, so there should be additional manpower, which is why the skilled manpower.
So the presumption is that most departments will not be able to have right down at the village level skilled people. In your case, if the panchayat pump operator has been skilled, then that meets the requirements. It is possible that there may be some confusion on behalf of the person who has been asked this question, because they may not have correctly understood the question. So don't worry, this is a pointer to you to deal with simple leakage or motor fault or any pump repair, etc., so that there is no breakdown in the water delivery service for any simple issue. Of course, complicated issues, they will still perhaps have to wait for somebody to come from the nearest city. But for simple issues, they should be able to sort out in the village itself. That is the idea. Those who have designed these courses, why don't you please put it up on the group? You're all members of the WhatsApp group. Do please share, including any instructions, any letters you may have issued in this regard.
Ma'am, in case of Punjab, we also had partnered.
So those who have not yet reached that stage can also come. Good.
Ma'am, in Bihar, we are running 3 channels of that capacity building. First, we have partnership with Bihar Skill Development Mission, in which we are running 11 days of comprehensive course and government ITIs, in which pump training program with the support of a skilled person, ITI based. Third is WTPs. We have more than 40,000 water treatment plants for arsenic, fluoride and iron aspects. We are training from the manufacturing agency for backwashing, sludge management.
WTP चलाने वालों की training करा रहे हैं.
They are the pump operator. And fourth, we are launching a mobile van with training equipment. That mobile van will visit village and they will train some preventive maintenance type of thing.
बहुत अच्छा. और कितने हो गए अभी तक इन सभी चारों रास्तों से?
ये हमारे यहाँ में टोटल करीब 90,000 पंप ऑपरेटर्स हैं.
गांव कितने आपके?
गांव तो मैम हमारे 39,000 है, बट
और आपको तो वार्ड लेवल पे
वार्ड लेवल स्कीम है. 1,14,000 वार्ड है, जिसमें करीब 90,000.
लगभग हर वार्ड में अब तक आपने उपलब्ध करा दिया है कोई इसके?
बस 1% बचा है मैम कोर्ट केस का. 500 वार्ड बचे हुए हैं जहाँ कोर्ट केस के मामले चल रहे हैं, बस वहीं पे इशू है. बाकी सब जगह पहुंचा दिया है. तो पंप ऑपरेटर्स हमारे यहाँ 50% पंप ऑपरेटर्स आर दी वार्ड मेंबर, इलेक्टेड वार्ड मेंबर. दे आर कॉल्ड अनुरक्षक. तो उनकी ट्रेनिंग सिर्फ पंप चलाने की और जनरल अपकीपिंग एक्टिविटीज की होती है. बट हमारे जो बड़े ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट है, सिंगल विलेज स्कीम, मल्टी विलेज स्कीम, उसके प्रोफेशनल्स होते हैं. दे आर दी स्किल्ड मैन पावर.
वेरी गुड.
Madam, in Andhra Pradesh also, madam, nearly 9,000 skilled trained, madam, for operating motors.
Already done.
Yes, madam, and also issued certifications, and also they are appointed as.
Having people on the rolls is going to be very expensive going forward, but if that's the route your state wants to take, that's of course fine.
One development on this skilling, ma'am. We have also got a manual from Punjab. Based on that, we have got the feedback from the states, and we are also coming up with a manual, like pump operators manual or O&M kind of manual. We are in the final stage. We'll be finalizing it, circulating.
So when do you expect to be able to roll that out?
Maybe within a week or 10 days.
Within this month,
yes, within this
Mr. Vishwakanand says that the National Jal Jeevan Mission will also circulate a template for you all to utilize. Of course, all states may also please share their own, and then everyone is welcome to do what suits them best.
Okay. Friends, as ma'am already said in the beginning, the purpose of this exercise is just to look inwards and try and find out where we are and to improve further. I must also point out that this is the second survection, but the first survection was actually never disseminated. So this is the first time that we have actually formally released this in the public domain and have shared the report with the states, and we are seeking feedback and giving you information in terms of what the survey has thrown up. So some of the indicators where the definition might be an issue, for example, this point from Odisha. So please do give us feedback so that when we do the next round of survey, if there is any confusion in any of the indicators, definition, etc., that we can sort out while taking up the next round. So the request would be, please, as I said, these reports are now available on our website. So full detailed report of the state is available, and full detailed reports of all your districts are also available. So for every district there is a functionality assessment report on our website now.
और अपने districts को recognize करिए. जैसे 2 अक्टूबर को states को awards मिले थे, please identify your well-performing districts. And उनको अपने पास बुलाइए या अपने जिस भी level पे आप उचित समझते हैं. Please recognize well-functioning teams. So those who worked hard, done a good job, उनको करा दीजिए honor.
Like एक ओवरऑल फंक्शनैलिटी हमने 3 कैटेगरीज में और एक ओवरऑल फंक्शनैलिटी में अवार्ड दिए थे. तो उस तरह का, because these reports are now available at the district level, so those awards can be held at the state level. I've just tried to summarize in 2 slides the major key points that we should look after. Firstly, we should make sure that the IMIS entries must be reviewed on a regular basis, and what is existing on the ground must reflect on the IMIS. And there should not be this variance, as we observe that IMIS पे village PWS दिख रहा है, बीस कनेक्शन भी दिख रहे हैं, जब गांव में जाते हैं तो पता लगता है कि PWS ही नहीं है. So please review that. Secondly, functionality of taps को monitor करने के लिए आपको कुछ systems बनाने पड़ेंगे. Every state will have to come up with its own monitoring mechanism. One could be that this could be assessed on the basis of a grievance registry mechanism. If you publicize that these are the service levels, and if you don't get water according to these service levels, please give us a call. That's a way of taking a feedback. So please, and we have been requesting states to set up grievance registry mechanisms, because a good way of knowing how things are on the ground, it provides. Thirdly, we should, there are gaps in terms of FTK training and FTK availability. So, and that's something that is entirely in our hands. We can definitely manage these logistics. Next, please. Next slide, please. We had a discussion about residual chlorine. So, we must target that inline chlorination systems, especially for groundwater schemes, should be implemented. For surface water schemes, this is already taken care of, though of course, as Tejasvi pointed out from MP, in large schemes where there is one water treatment plant supplying water to hundreds of villages, there again there might be an issue, and then you might need some intermediate chlorination point to maintain residual chlorine at the end point. So all those issues must be thought through and taken up, and we must, while training the women for use of FTKs, we must ask the women to start testing for residual chlorine, and because that's the one most important parameter, and it can be residual chlorine can be tested using FTKs. If we are not testing for residual chlorine and testing for everything else, that still leaves a lot of risk in terms of the water not being of the potable standards. Then water testing labs, as was pointed out, must be reviewed. So if they claim to be testing for 15 parameters, they should indeed be testing 15 parameters rather than, and there might be limitations. There might be limitations because states will have to think about it according to their own context. And lastly, the skilling part. As we've heard, there are many initiatives that have been taken by the states. So we request you to please, because by the time we deliver on the target, our next most important challenge will be to sustain these schemes, make sure that these are operated properly, and this is the time when we should start preparing for that phase and put this skilled manpower in place. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Post की सिफारिश पे we'll break for tea. After tea, we want to discuss with you the contours of the next set of functionality assessment कह लीजिए. We are calling it Jal Jeevan Sarvekshan. So we'd like to share that with you, get your feedback, because today we are going to finalize that basis the feedback of all the senior colleagues present here today. So after break, उसके लिए a couple of other.
Thank you. Now we break for a tea. All the guests are assembled in the hall at after 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, my request is that tea break is only for 15 minutes, please.
After 15 minutes, please be seated.
5:45, please be seated.
resources, coordination happens at district level. So we want to have an environment where there is a healthy competition among districts, and districts also have a stake. We want to leverage the motivation and aspirations of districts to receive award, incremental improvement up to the key focus indicators, and create awareness and buzz for the fast tracking of JGM implementation, especially the physical progress, capacity building and hand holding, especially of the states which face some constraint with respect to capacity. Next slide, please. So approach we have underlined as that we will categorize district in 4 categories. You can provide inputs here. We have thought that in our JGM dashboard, if you see, so there are 5 categories: 0 to 10, 10 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100, and 100. So we have kept the same categories, merging the initial 0 to 10 and 10 to 25, because most districts have crossed 10% benchmark. So we will be having awards for districts in each of these categories, so that those who are at present at low coverage have also incentive, and they also are eager to participate, have motivation to participate in this award. We will be having a monthly graduation ceremony. We have proposed a data of 15th of month, where those districts who graduate from any of the categories, aspirant category to performer, performer to achiever, achiever to high achiever, we would be recognizing them in our samvad, through our tweets. Maybe we will request Honorable Minister and Honorable Chief Ministers to appreciate those districts. So those are kind of a small kind of ceremony where districts feels appreciated for the effort they have made to change their category. Third would be the quarterly ranking. For each quarter there will be certain benchmarks which I will be talking about in a way. And against those benchmarks, what is the performance of the district? That would be measured, and we will discuss what would be those parameters. And finally, there will be annual ranking. Annual ranking will have 2 broad components: service level progress, which is basically making provision of tap water connection to the households, and the functionality. And then second part would be the direct observation, basically which is basically a functionality assessment. So 400 marks for service level progress and 400 marks for functionality assessment. Next. The annual direct observations will be done on various parameters. The sampling will be significant at district level, so that the data, whatever we say for a district, is statistically significant. IMIS would be the basic primary source of the data from which the random sampling will take place. And we plan to have an award ceremony for recognition of the district, both at quarterly level as well as on annual basis. In monthly publications, the graduations and in FSTC. So we will have a dynamic district and state ranking which will be available starting from the next month, where each district can see their performance, each state can see their performance, and when the functionality scores become available, they will be multiplied or factored for the overall performance, so that instead of knowing what is the performance at the end of year, we will know that performance as we are implementing the schemes. Next. So these are the timelines that we are talking about. So today is 8th. We will have, based on IMIS data, we will have first baseline ranking on 15th of October. Our NIC team will work and find out and provide us those details. Then monthly award, 15th of every month, quarterly award, end of each quarter, starting from 15th of October. Annual survey, the functionality assessment survey, that is the direct observation that we were talking about, will be conducted in the pinch period of May and June this year. This year, the last functionality assessment was conducted in February, March, April. The capacity building will start right away between November and April. We will disseminate this information as much as possible beforehand. So that everybody is aware about this functionality assessment, everybody is aware about the award. And the grand award ceremony will take place in somewhere in August 2023. Next. Yeah. So for each category there will be different parameters. So achievers, performers and aspirants. For these districts, the parameter that we have chosen, and here we would like to your inputs. One is the residual coverage. Whatever the residual coverage districts progresses, there 50% weightage is provided. For water quality, the test we are very much focusing on residual chlorine dosing, so that there is a residual chlorine that can be tested through FTKs. Then, in case there is a contamination, what is the remedial action? It is being reported or not. And third is whether 5 women have been trained for FTK testing. So this is with respect to water quality parameter, which has 30% weightage, 10 for each of these parameters, and 20% weightage for institutional arrangement. That is whether we have a VWSC and whether we have skilled manpower available in the village or not. So these will be the broad parameters for these category of districts on which their performance ranking will take place. Next. For high achievers, for those who have more than 90% coverage, in those districts the residual work is very low, is less. So only 40% weightage we have given, and here again certification is taking weightage. We had discussed in a break that those states where still approvals and a lot of work is pending, their whole engineering team is really on providing FSTCs, and they may not have bandwidth for certification, so we have not kept those parameters there. Only those districts which have achieved more than 90%, 10% weightage is being given, and the rest of the parameters are the same. Here in institutional arrangement, and a component of handing over of the schemes to VWSC has also given 5% weightage. Next. For those districts who have reported 100% coverage, so here 50% weightage is being given for certification, because all the FSTC work is done. 50% weightage is being given here. Water quality parameters are same, 30% weightage again. For institutional arrangement, the same as the previous one, the skilling, the VWSC, and handing over to VWSC, handing over of schemes to VWSC. Next. So in those places where maybe the contractor is maintaining the scheme, but VWSC should be involved in operation and maintenance. They should have some control over the service that is being provided by the contractor. So that we can discuss during today and finalize it, make it more precise. For state level, aggregate of the district level marks out of 800 that we saw, out of 400 that we saw, will be given 70% weightage, and few state level issues like O&M policy, grievance redressal system, NABL accredited labs, skilled people that we have proposed in annual action plan, target again how much we have really skilled, actually skilled, and person trained. In annual action plan we have given target to train our human resources through L2 and L3 or otherwise. So that also given 5% weightage. Next. So this was about 400 marks that will become available from 15th of this month, and every day we will have dynamic ranking how things are changing, and whenever there is a jump we will recognize that. This functionality assessment will take place, an agency, third party agency will be hired, and these are the parameters that we want to declare beforehand, so that and they will come and assess the quantity of water, the regularity and portability aspects will be checked, and the overall functionality. So the intersection also will be given. So 50, 50, 50 and 150. In service delivery, whether the user charges are being paid, households are paying user charges, grievance redressal system and awareness about grievance redressal system is there or not. Village have with FTK, which people can use. People know about it, where the FTK is, whom to contact, from where to get test. Is there, what is the mechanism to fulfill reagents and things like that. Village with chlorination mechanism. What is the system of providing the chemical? What is the system of monitoring it? Whether the pump operator has accessibility, because in many places we think that pump operator will climb every day to the ESR and do the dosing and then come down. So what is the system? So we will have these 10 points broken into those parameters that we can discuss and define. Then institutional arrangement, functional VWSCs, whether VWSCs are meeting. When the agency will go, they will see record of meeting, how many meetings have taken place last quarter, whether they are passing resolutions regarding convergence, regarding source strengthening, regarding levying of user charges, things like that. Villages with source protection. This has to come from convergence, and village has to be really empowered so that they can use other resources for source protection and sustainability. So if there is a lot of grey water that is seen, so then village is not planning for grey water management. So quality will become an issue if there is a lot of grey water lying around. So things like that. So whether the village have source protection measures, those points have been given 15 marks. Then IC for JGM. In this functionality assessment also, we saw that at village level, at ground level, there is very poor visibility of Jal Jeevan Mission. Jal Jeevan Mission objectives, Jal Jeevan Mission standards. We hardly saw an IC that is at village level. So whether those messages are there or not, that also will be a part of assessment. And then whether the skilled human resource is available. We talked in the previous session. So that also will have 10 marks. Next, and just a second. So this year, two important points. Functionality assessment will be done in May and June when the water is released last. And residual chlorine parameter will be calculation of potability, because now the instructions are very clear. We have graduated to a pipe water supply system, which is a closed system. That system must have some risk protection, which is provided by the residual chlorine. So we should have that, and it will be part of the quality calculation. This year, if we had included our residual chlorine findings in potability, so our figures will drop from 90% to 14%, 15%, 16%. But so next year, beforehand, we are announcing it so that there is a lot of emphasis that is provided. Next. So these are the category of awards. Here also you will see your inputs. There are monthly awards, 3 fastest moving categories. Those who have jumped in terms of residual, providing maximum residual coverage. Those categories, those awards will be given. Best performing districts across parameters. So based on the composite score, which district is performing best for each of the categories, each of the 4 categories. They will be given awards. So 3 into 4, 12 districts will be given award every month. And then we will also recognize districts which graduate from one category to another. In quarterly, best performing district, again, culmination of the first one, 3 best performing districts, 5 fastest mover districts, and in aspirational districts also we will recognize 3 best districts, and in aspirational districts was fastest mover districts. In annual awards, best performing states under large and small categories, that also we can discuss and decide what would be the meaning of large and small, or should we have the same category as we have for districts. 3 best performing districts on an annual basis, including the functionality score. Most improved state overall. Okay. Most improved districts overall. Best aspirational districts overall, and in each of the 4 categories. Most improved
approved as personal districts and 3 best districts on service level benchmarks. We can decide for each of the benchmark or on an overall score. So this is how the scheme of awards are. Next slide, please. I think that is it. Yeah, thank you.
Just supplement, and after that, we'll begin with those sitting on the sofas first.
So, just to clarify, the total for the district awards, as you could see, there are 5 categories: 0 to 25, 50 to 70, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100, and then those which are Hargajal reported. So, for the service delivery, all data and everything will be calculated from the information as reported on the IMIS. And we are not going to go for any verification. So what our request is that while we publicize that now there is an incentive for people to keep the data up to date, but we should caution people that they should not, for the sake of getting an award, over-report, because that will again distort everything and lead to all kinds of other problems. Yeah. So since the evaluation will only be based on information available in IMIS, therefore this should help the state level leadership to get the districts to look at the IMIS and get it updated. So that we see as one of the advantages coming out of this initiative. So please do, if it's finalized like that, please do tell the districts that now if you don't report an IMS, you lose out on your marks and rankings, and therefore you may appear at the bottom of the, and these rankings will be in public domain. So it is not going to be somewhere inside our portal or something like that. These will be published on the JJM dashboard, which is the public domain dashboard. So that's one. Secondly, functionality assessment, direct observation survey, this time we are going to do in May and June. That's again a very, very conscious call, because that's the most challenging period in terms of drinking water supply. So if in May and June we can ensure 55 LPCD with quality on a regular basis, we can be very sure that throughout the year those service norms are being maintained. So that's another thing that I think we all must remember and prepare accordingly, because there is sufficient time to get things in place so that by the time next year in May, June, teams go and do the functionality assessment, all these issues of Pani Samitis not being there, FTK training not have been completed, people not being aware about some of the things, IEC not being displayed, because last time we did the functionality assessment, we didn't have any kind of a pre-functionality assessment dissemination kind of a workshop. But this time, since we are announcing it in advance, and we are also saying that we will be going to the districts and the villages somewhere 8 months down the line. So there is enough time for us to prepare and make sure that for our state or for our district, in most of the parameters, wherever we have control, we try and achieve the best possible position. So that's another thing which we think will help states and districts to move things in the right direction. There's one thing that's missing in the presentation, and that is the reference date. So for the awards and for calculation of how much progress has been done against the residual work, the reference date is going to be 1st of October 2022. So as on 1st of October 2022, if a district has a coverage of 80%, then that district competes in the category of high achievers. If a district has a coverage of less than 25%, then they compete in the category of districts which have coverage less than 25%. So, and then month on month, we keep on recognizing good performance. We keep on publishing district rankings, how districts are moving up, down, etc. The idea is to get the district collectors and district teams fully involved and prioritize JJM implementation. If at the state level also a mechanism is evolved, so from the national level, we are announcing awards and we will be recognizing good efforts. We would also be, since we are publishing it in public domain, so in a sense, we're trying to nudge the districts which are not able to perform so well to then improve performance. But if something of the similar sort can also be done at the state level, I think that will have much more impact than what we do at the national level. Secondly, an idea is that, and one more thing, that if supposing a district started in the category of performers and then 2 months down the line moved to the category of achievers, because the overall coverage increased and reached a range when the category changed. So it graduated to a category, a higher category. So from then onwards, the scoring criteria for the next category will be applicable. So the district, for example, a district which is less than 75%, there in the criteria there is no weightage for certification. It's only coverage against the residual numbers. But the moment you cross 75%, then we start giving weightage to certification. So then onwards, the evaluation will be 40% on coverage, 10% on certification, rest everything remains the same. Then when it goes to 100% hull result reported, since residual coverage is already done, all that 50 becomes for certification. So as districts move up, the criteria also will accordingly change, and the new criteria will apply depending on where the overall coverage in that district is, so that a district is competing with the similarly placed other districts in the country and in the state. Finally, I think the service level reports that will be reported on the IMIS, on the basis of which we have thought actually get to know how far things are functional against how far these are reported, and therefore 620. We say your final score is 300 multiplied by 80%, which is 240. Because even though you have reported on the IMIS that this is functional, but in the functionality assessment, the overall functionality comes out as 80%. That perhaps will incentivize people at the district level to look at functionality and try and make sure that a grievance redressal mechanism is set up, so that as and when there is an issue in supply, those issues are addressed. And if there is a good grievance redressal mechanism, one can be reasonably sure that things will be moving in the right direction. So that's something that we would request your feedback on. Award categories are all flexible and we are open to suggestions. Yeah, thank you. One more thing. So the 400 of service delivery is 100 marks per quarter. So for the Q1, so for Q1 meaning October to December is 100 marks. You score whatever you score. And then if you don't score well in Q1, then you don't get to make up for that in Q2. In Q2, whatever you do, you get out of 100. In Q3, and that aggregates to 400. So that it is not so happening that for the first 3 quarters I didn't do anything, the last 2 months I'll slog, and just like we all, prepare for various meetings. So that's another thing that we have tried to get, that it's not an annual ranking, it's a quarterly ranking, and whatever score the districts keep on accumulating, that keeps on getting finalized.
Did that get very complicated? But you got the overall idea. The idea is to recognize that the states are doing great work, so states are, whatever good work they are doing should be rewarded. But the districts also need to cooperate in various ways. So if the districts can also be recognized for achievements within the district, then the districts and the state working together can perhaps improve the performance further. So therefore, every month, simply on the basis of numbers on the IMIS, we declare, and then at the end of the year, but in the difficult months of May, basically, so जब peak गर्मी होगी तब functionality assessment जो ground में जाके, जैसा अभी आज पहले बताया था, ground में जाके independent assessment teams will go and verify क्या status है, and we use that broadly, that is the idea. Now, will this work? Does it need to be tweaked? What kind of incentives are the collectors and other district teams looking for? Will we be able to see some improvement in performance and recognition of good performers through this? Any thoughts on that? Surinder, do you want to go first? And then we will come to Anurag and प्रदीप आप नोट करी जाओ है ना उसके बाद हम जाके वापस इसको
there is a conscious policy decision regarding user charges, ma'am.
Okay.
So even if we participate and do, we would be losing on that.
There's a conscious state level decision कि हम user charges नहीं लगाएंगे.
अभी तक नहीं है, ma'am.
Decision करवा लो, formal decision करवा लो, I would suggest, and then we can perhaps take note of that. If I believe if a state government says that we will provide from the budget and we will not require any user to pay, we should take cognizance of that and not penalize the state department concerned. तो उसका हम कर लेंगे, लेकिन ये ना हो कि फैसला नहीं हुआ. फैसला करवा के उसको पब्लिक डोमेन में डलवा दीजिए कि ये हमारा at least then the budgetary provisions will be made, money should flow, the service should not be hampered. All we want to see is that the service should be seamlessly provided.
Otherwise, the framework looks nice.
Anything else you think is okay? हाँ जी अनुराग. आपको क्योंकि जाने की जल्दी थी इसलिए मैं आपको पहले पूछ रही हूँ, नहीं तो we can go to
नहीं मैम अच्छी बात है मैम. प्राइमरली दिस लुक्स वेरी गुड, एक्सीलेंट. इसमें एक बात ये लग रही है कि एक्सपेंडिचर को भी कहीं कोई बेटे एक्सपेंडिचर या परसेंटेज ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर, बिकॉज जैसा भी कहा राज ने कि IMIS पे करेक्ट रिपोर्टिंग वगैरह, मेरे ख्याल से एक्सपेंडिचर की कुछ मेजर क्या हो सकता है. तो एक सजेशन था. और बाकी अच्छा है मैम, स्टेट में भी हम लोग डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स को कैसे करना है इसमें, इसको भी एंड दिस लुक्स फाइन.
आपको लगता है कि आपके यूपी में कलेक्टर्स वगैरह इस चीज से थोड़ा होंगे?
बिल्कुल मैम, बिल्कुल इससे बहुत अच्छा असर पड़ेगा. एंड बाय रिटर्निंग अभी मैं ट्यूसडे को ही कलेक्टर्स की बीसी करके इसको बताएंगे. उनके सजेशंस भी लेंगे, अगर कोई सजेशन उनसे मिलते हैं तो मुझे बताएंगे.
ठीक.
थैंक यू.
Shalin, do you want to go next since the mic is there, and then we will bring the mic here.
Ma'am, one is that if you could think of some awards for the PRIs also, because village Pani Samiti. Now, maybe one or two, whatever awards we give, that will act as an incentive for others. The criteria which could be decided for that would be such that they are directly relevant to whatever task is assigned to the Pani Samiti.
Good point. We are actually working actively with the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, who also want us to declare awards for the Jal Jeevan as well as Swachhta side. So, because we could see how those integrate into this framework.
And similarly, the grey water management, because that's a pain point for us. Right. And it is very difficult for the rural development department to be pushing in that direction. Now, irrespective that, because this is part of the Jal Jeevan Mission's core objectives, so that is something which could be, again, some way incentivized here.
Right. So, Vikas is pointing out कि जिस तरह से हम ये जल जीवन सर्वेक्षण का प्लान कर रहे हैं, उसी तरह we've been brainstorming on Swachh Bharat awards on similar lines. So, grey water management will be an integral part of Swachh Bharat awards, और उसमें पंचायतों का रोल थोड़ा ज़्यादा है. तो we are looking at a different architecture. आप में से जो लोग दोनों काम देख रहे हैं, for instance, DK, we will request you to join us in Chennai on the 14th. You would already have seen on the SBM group. We are meeting for a similar kind of national conference in Chennai on the 14th to discuss progress of Swachh Bharat Mission Gramin, and उसमें स्वच्छ सर्वेक्षण ग्रामीण में ये पॉइंट्स उसमें कुछ कवर होंगे.
And just one more point. While it was mentioned that certification would not be considered as an important thing, I mean, JNK would be very happy with certification not being there, but I would suggest that some cross-checking mechanism should be necessary there. Since certification is a cross-checking mechanism, it should be kept for all categories. It will only push people to work in a particular direction.
सर्टिफिकेशन इन द सेंस ऑफ जो हम हर घर जल विलेज का सर्टिफिकेशन कराते हैं, वो हमने सोचा था कि
हायर
कैटेगरी में रखें.
It should be kept for all, because why should there be over reporting at any level? Let them be there.
So IMIS का I think विकास ने इसलिए नहीं कहा क्योंकि हम चाहते हैं कि आप लोग अपने IMIS पे कंट्रोल रखें, but we are actually at the national level planning that the agency which we hire for doing the functionality assessment, जो April May June में जाके field visit करेगी, they will through the year be doing a watch on the IMIS data. तो IMIS data की verification throughout कुछ करवाते रहेंगे, and we plan to do that. But we didn't want to take away your responsibility, role and responsibility.
Lastly, ma'am, this multiplication factor is the right approach, because that would make sure that it is not merely a matter of...
Instead of adding up, उसको weightage
weightage.
Weightage कर लेंगे, ठीक है. Mike. And then we open to others also for this.
I have a point specific to Meghalaya in the context. Ma'am, if it can be considered ranking districts on difficulty of implementation, ma'am. Like the infrastructure availability. For example, South Garo Hills in Meghalaya is the difficulty for implementation there is much higher than other districts in the state, ma'am. So some sort of deprivation point, or in sporting terms or golfing handicap kind of thing can be considered, ma'am. For difficult districts, maybe that could be considered, ma'am. That is one point I have. And second, ma'am, which you have already covered, which I wanted to say was that at least for the monthly and quarterly winners, a sample check by an independent agency would keep the IMIS reporting honest and true, ma'am.
That's a good point about difficult areas. कुछ हद तक तो difficulty is also getting reflected in the performance. So those areas which are really water stressed, other problems, unme performance is also very low, and that gets captured in that category. To some extent, at the national level, aspirational districts have been identified on the basis of some kind of backwardness. So there is a separate category for aspirational districts. At the national level, it might be a challenge for us to actually pull out from the entire country which are the more difficult to implement. If you could all do this at your state level, you are the best positioned in your state to recognize कि कहाँ पे ज़्यादा problem है, and if you could institute similar kind of recognition, but give a weightage for the difficulty of work, जिसको आपको हमारे से बेहतर पता है, one way around it. Instead of our asking all states to let us know which are the areas where it's a more problematic or more difficult to implement JJM, if you could at the state level factor that in and recognize districts which do well in more difficult circumstances.
One thing right I can think of my head is physical infrastructure index. I think that calculation was made a few years back.
So you use that. It would be very interesting to see if you could develop something, and then maybe going forward we can ride on that. But maybe you would try and do something for Meghalaya and see how that works, and any other state also which has a situation where there is a vast difference in the terrain or connectivity, etc. Do try to do this. It's a good thought. Other suggestions now. Practicality and what kind of outcomes should we hope for?
Ma'am, my submission is the quality is not considered in these aspects, ma'am. Number one. The quality also can be the overall performance, ma'am. Number one. Number two, ma'am, any of sectoral experts are visiting the states, ma'am, regularly. These questions or these factors also can be taken to questionnaire and also can be factored, ma'am, so that the states or district can be measured, can be awarded in a better way, ma'am. This is two submissions.
Yeah, so water quality is captured.
No,
there is
water-
a weightage of 30 marks.
Sir, water
of
quality-
course, quality of works is not captured.
Yes.
Right? So we presume that whatever work is done is quality work. You are ultimately reporting FSTC. Quality of works or
Quality of work, quality of FSTCs, quality of pipes.
वो तो इसमें नहीं है. That assumption is. And another thing is, why we are saying that we not go for verification. No, we can do internal verification, but we will treat whatever is reported for the purposes of rankings because there is no time. It has to be monthly rankings and there is no time for verification. It's physically not possible to verify all districts every month. But the thing is, we also would not like to say that we are not sure of the information on IMS. So whatever is reported on the IMS, that's the report that we publish in the public domain in terms of how many connections have been provided, right? So, and our people down the below should be sensitized that please do report what is actually existing. Do not over-report, because if you over-report in the functionality assessment, your score will come down. And because that's a random sample survey, it will find out that the connections are not functional, or the connections are not found at all. Or there were PWSs where 20 connections were reported, but actually 10 connections happened, but they are all wrong. So that will modulate their overall score and they will lose out.
You made a very important point about quality of implementation. And this is an issue we've been discussing frequently. Bhuvaneshwar, you remember we had a very detailed session on this. And we are very deeply concerned, and all of you in this room are also, that the quality of work must be good and it must be ensured during implementation phase. The difficulty of including it in an assessment of this nature is how do you at pan-India level, Government of India should not be doing this. This is when water is eventually a state subject. It is you who have to make sure that your works are being done properly, and which is also why, as Vikas was saying, we will trust the information you give us. In the IMIS, aap jo kahoge, we trust that because it is your responsibility and your right and obligation. So quality ka bhi aap dekhiye. I think if especially the chief engineers and others here from the engineering side could give it a thought, do see how you can recognize quality. It's a very important thing, quality of implementation. Aap apni state mein please see how it is possible to do that, and again share that with us. We will maybe, if it is feasible to do it nationally, we will incorporate it. Aap apni state mein karke hame bataiye.
One more, ma'am.
Yeah.
Asset management, ma'am. Asset management also, there is a clause in 10.2 chapter GIS asset management also is there. That also can be added, ma'am. So any states who does innovative ideas like GIS mapping, GIS management, the layering.
That's a good point. We could perhaps look at giving some score for innovation done by a state which leads to any improvement in sustainability, performance, etc. Maybe there should be a factor, if everyone agrees, in the state ranking, when we are doing the functionality assessment, maybe there can be a weightage 10% or whatever seems appropriate for any innovations done by the state. Yeah.
First request is that quarterly 100 marks will be given, but each quarter is exclusive of each other. That's what Sir said. So our request is that even though quarter marks may be made, but finally the cumulative annual performance, if it can be taken up, then the cyclic issues of certain places having monsoonal issues, maybe J&K having winter certain problems in terms of work output, that can be taken care. If for the ranking purpose, the 400 mark is taken for the entire year. Individual quarter-wise awards may be kept.
I think there is merit in that point, and at least for service we should perhaps take the cumulative score at the end of the day. Good point.
Second request, ma'am, regarding this multiplication factor, which will be the best way to do it, given that IMIS is about reporting vis-a-vis the field visit, is the actual one issue with everybody is doing that. Because we want to achieve FSTC target, which every year we are setting for ourselves. So parallelly, before water actually reaches any pipe, we are parallelly constructing the overhead tank, we are constructing the intake well, water treatment plant, and also giving FSTC connections. But water has not reached that FSTC. Therefore, in the IMIS, if we can keep a marker saying that the trial run done, yes, no. That marker should tell, only if trial run is done, then we take it that that is a functional connection. Otherwise, there will be a lot of mismatch between the field and the data reporter.
You know, I don't think we should be encouraging our people to be reflecting FHTCs where water has not started flowing.
But the practical reality is, ma'am, suppose 200 villages are there in one mega scheme. I cannot complete my intake, WTP, lay the pipe, complete the overhead tank, then start giving the FSTC. Because then the FSTC work itself will go 1 year. Therefore, practically we have to do all parallelly. My only submission is that let's have a marker in the IMIS where we say that water given or not.
Yeah, so, you know, you're absolutely right that there will be some parallel processing going on. There will be some distribution network laid, tap connection given, even as the WTP is made and so on. But let's not show that as an FHTC in the IMIS. That's why we call it an FHTC. It has to be a functional tap connection, not just a tap put there. And remember, we are talking now about the penultimate year of the scheme. शुरू में तो it's okay. किसी ने दिखा दिया कि हमने सब कर दिया और अभी भी उनका काम चल रहा है. But we are now talking about assessing in 2000. That time only reflect those FHTCs which are actually functional.
Submission, ma'am, because other entry has to be made.
We understand.
It takes a lot of time to collect others from the people. Even if water connection, let's say theoretically in a single village, every house is
Let me just explain two things. One, the idea, you pointed out an issue, right? One is that the process of recording an FHTC starts with Aadhaar tagging. So when you do Aadhaar tagging, then you register an FHTC on the system. It is done by the district level user on the IMIS. But it does not reflect as an FHTC in the reports or on the dashboard unless the FHTC is approved by the state level user. Okay? Now, in the state of Gujarat, they do not approve it at the state level unless it becomes functional. Okay? So our advice is, let us not show them as functional household tap connections if the water is not there. If we know that the water is not there, it is not functional. So let us not report them as functional.
No, that's my point, sir. Because 49,000 villages are there in Odisha. At the state level, I cannot physically know that the overhead tank is complete and the water trial has happened or not. If in the IMIS a provision is kept saying the trial is complete, then I will be sure at the state level this is one scheme which is really water is coming.
What we can do is we not say that the connection is temporary or anything like that. If you want us to make a provision in IMIS for your district level user to mark whether the WTP is completed or not, whether the overhead tank is completed or not. If there are 8 components of a PWS, we can make that provision that on the scheme side they can update.
Perhaps there are only two solutions possible. One is that you let the data be captured. Recognize your point that going to the household level, doing the Aadhaar tagging, etc. is time consuming. You let the field level do that. Let that information accumulate in the IMIS, but you don't give it the approval to shift to an FHTC until you get a report offline saying that this is now functional. Why it won't help if the IMIS record that. Somebody will need to verify that it is actually now a functional scheme. So you accumulate, let that information be accumulated. It can, I think, Pradeep, can you step in here? Can we assure Odisha and other states that they can do the capturing of the tap connections? It will reside in the database, but it will shift to FHTC category only when the state or the state authorized entity permits it to move. And that permission you can give once you have received a report that this has now become a functional scheme.
Yes, that provision is there. Once the district makes entry, state level approves it. So, for example, in Gujarat, they could not give connection to Aravalli district for a long time, 3 months, because the power connection was not provided. Yeah, so that is possible.
No, that is already existing, man. That the district level, whatever data reports, state has to approve. But my submission is at the state level, it may not be, for a single village scheme, whether source is complete, overhead tank is physically complete, network is complete, and then the FSTC is tagged. Again, if you ask for offline reporting, my submission is if we are not doing this in IMIS, then again they may say that it is done. But how do I ensure that it is really done?
You want a tag saying that the water is flowing?
Yes. We can keep it in an innocuous way. We simply say trial run started, yes, no.
Okay.
Trial run started so that...
So Pradeep, see if we can, see if this is feasible to allow for a tag.
Ma'am, separately in IMIS, provisions could be made which will not be visible to the public, but which will be visible to the district for monitoring purpose.
तो public में नहीं जाता है, शालिन. ये जो IMIS का backend data है.
I know, ma'am. That's why I'm saying that it's only that what is suggesting is
essentially in the IMIS, we make modifications. That's all. So there might be other suggestions also. In fact, I also had a few suggestions I'm going to send to you, which will make IMIS allow us to do monitoring better. This is one such suggestion.
Okay. Does everyone in the room think this will be helpful? Is there a general agreement that this will be helpful if the IMIS permits that there can be entry of tap connections before it becomes functional and after it becomes functional? We'll think this over. Anything else from you?
Third point, ma'am, regarding the monthly progress. Ma'am, even in Niti Aayog for the 100 districts, this monthly progress was kept. Baseline of the previous month compared, and therefore monthly awards were being given. Now already there are some districts which have started making zero entry for this month to get the award next month. So this monthly capturing, especially keeping the previous month as the baseline reference, will have inherent issues of false reporting on the other side.
No, what he's suggesting is that they may accumulate their connections. तो वो सिर्फ अवार्ड के लिए
तो एक महीने के अवार्ड लेने के लिए कोई भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर ये चाहेगा कि वो कंट्री में जीरो पे दिखाई दे?
नहीं, जीरो नहीं दिखाएंगे. सपोज एवरी मंथ 15 हो रहा है, इस महीने में 2 दिखाएगा.
Let us not assume that.
No, that is being done. I am not assuming, sir.
No, let us not try to build a system which cannot be gamed. ठीक है? किसी भी तरह का कोई भी अवार्ड सिस्टम. There are people who want to game it, they will game it. ठीक है?
Try and think through and see if we can look at some kind of cumulative or whatever. So are we taking for the monthly awards, are we taking the progress during the month or since first of so we can tweak it like that. Well, that might then help. Then it's not a month on month.
1st October as the baseline, continuously month. Then
that would take care of it.
That
ठीक है. This will take care of it. That it's a cumulative starting from 2nd October, first month, and then cumulative since then. Yeah.
Then regarding that reporting, the IMIS map, the 100 marks, can we go to the previous slide, please? That first slide, where we are showing 100. Anyone. Suppose here we are saying water quality tested for chlorine, remedial action taken by the habitations, then at least 5 given training. Like remedial action taken by the habitation, how we will be capturing in the IMIS? Because we are saying these are the data from IMIS.
WQMIS has this data.
But every month, how will you get some data?
We are capturing.
No, lab sample is sir, in Odisha 5 lakh tube wells are there. Every month we are only taking a very small number of testing because lab size is limited. So how will you take every month?
No, it's not just lab, it's also FTK testing.
Correct, sir. Ma'am, my question is, suppose somewhere quality is there, issue has been detected, and as of now, FTK is not a continuous process that the person does the testing of the same set of sample repeatedly. Today, FTK is used at least to do coverage of all the samples in the state once. Even that is not completed because in Odisha context I am saying 5 lakh tube wells are there. We cannot test all 5 lakh. So we are testing about 30-40%, then pipe water supply we are testing something. Even once we are not covering everywhere. So when we are talking monthly remedial action, that appears to be not possible.
A small change. It is not quality affected habitation, it is contaminated sample found, basically. That is what it was.
Yeah,
so labs may continuously, we are getting some sample found contaminated.
So this is wrongly mentioned. This is not this. Basically, supposing you did X number of tests, out of that you found that there was 1% of those samples where some contamination or some problem was found. This benchmark is action in those 1% cases.
Yes.
Okay. So this is not percentage of remedial action for quality affected habitations. It is wrong. This is wrongly mentioned as percentage of remedial action against the samples found to be below par as per norms or whatever.
So we see
and that provision is there for reporting remedial action on the WQMIS, from where this will be picked up. We have seen the information available. We have seen that remedial action is being reported only in 10 to 15% of cases. In other cases, either the remedial action is not being taken, or if it is being taken, it is not being reported. The idea to include this as an indicator is to get the districts to start monitoring कि जो सैंपल सबस्टैंडर्ड पाया गया था उसका आगे क्या फॉलो अप एक्शन हुआ और जो भी एक्शन हुआ उसको WQMIS में रिपोर्ट करें. अगर
इसमें एक ही सबमिशन है सर, इसमें एक ही सबमिशन ना एक्चुअली क्वालिटी रिपोर्टिंग में सपोज वाटर सैंपल्स बीइंग टेस्टेड इन ओडिशा फॉर इंस्टेंस about 13% of all the tube wells have iron contamination. Now we cannot put iron removal plant in all the 13% sample. One is because the iron removal plant, not only the cost, but the operation and maintenance of it, by paying very high cost also, it is not ensured that they are being running properly. We are paying about 30,000, 40,000 per tube well, but subsequently we realized that even these are all mechanically getting recorded without getting maintained. The only solution for iron problems, which are in western and southern Odisha, is to ensure pipe water supply is being given. So that will take 2-3 years. Although reporting we are doing, because Odisha is one of the best testing, and we are doing very good sampling and very focusedly taking those places where likely contamination is there. So our reporting of the percentage of quality failure will be more. But this will be a penalizing factor. That is what we are trying to capture, to be penalizing for states which are trying to strategically do testing.
So what is the suggestion? What is your view? How can the objective is to encourage that wherever quality issues are found on testing, whether FTK testing or lab testing, remedial action should be taken and the action should be uploaded on the IMIS, basically to give confidence to you, to people on ground, to all of us, that the problem is being attended. That is the objective.
Ma'am, there are two issues, ma'am, in water quality. First is like iron, salinity, etc., which are not so dangerous to the person. Also, there will be unpleasantness in drinking. We should treat that as separate category against arsenic, fluoride, and things like that. There, we have to ensure immediately remedial measures are given wherever arsenic, fluoride. But iron and salinity, if we start saying that immediately we have to find a solution. Frankly, there is no solution.
Give me a positive suggestion.
Ma'am, there is no solution. We have to connect pipe water supply. Pipe water, if it is not reaching, today to say that the tube well, saline water somehow has to be remedied. We cannot put desalination and all. That will be very costly.
Pradeep, will WQMIS show us where the sample has been drawn from a PWS as against other sources? It does. So we can look at the data only in relation to PWS. Will that solve the problem? If we look at the data only with regard to quality issues coming under pipe water supply schemes.
Yeah, then it should be.
Then it's okay?
Then it should be.
Huh?
Perfect.
Okay, done. So we make this correction that if there is any testing done of sources other than the pipe water supply system, we will not
remedial action. If we consider quality in terms of bacteriological contamination, that is, remedial action is possible within certain time.
That's a good
So
point.
that way we can, I think, rate it. We can leave it the chemical contamination.
So when we design our pipe water supply system based on a tube well or a surface source, first thing is we do the testing of the water, and if there is a chemical contamination present, we design a water treatment plant along with it so that we are able to provide quality as per BIS 10,500 standard. So it is precondition that we use the water treatment plant to get rid of that chemical contamination so that it is not present in the pipe water supply system. So truly speaking, I think
You are right, because what I mean to say is the immediate remedial action that we need to take for, say, within 1 month or within a week for bacteriological quality, that action has been taken and it has been rectified.
Do we really expect that in a proper pipe water supply scheme there will still be arsenic fluoride kind of issues?
No, ma'am, no.
नहीं होंगे ना?
Yeah.
तो फिर जब हम कह रहे हैं कि we will restrict our entries only to those that emanate from PWS, and maybe PWS maybe we can look only at the distribution point. उसमें अलग-अलग points पे दिख रहा है. System में दिख जाता है कि ये WTP का sample है या कहाँ का sample है.
डिलीवरी पॉइंट है कि हाउसहोल्ड का सैंपल हाउसहोल्ड का.
हाँ, तो हाउसहोल्ड के सैंपल्स का अगर देख लें, बट उसका फिर देन जस्ट लेट्स हैव एन आइडिया कि कितना का आ रहा है, इशू कितना आ रहा है, कितने ग्रीवेंसेस आ रहे हैं रिलेटिंग टू द हाउसहोल्ड लेवल क्वालिटी ऑफ PWS.
Where do you take sample in a PWS system? Do you take sample after the WTP or before the WTP?
No, we take from the outlet, from the tap.
Outlet. It's always on the outlet. After the WTP only. So there is no question of raw water being tested.
For instance, sir, in Odisha, we are taking from the source. Even for a single village, one is source, then 3 taps on all 3 periphery areas we are taking. But in IMIS, whether it is captured like that, source point and FSTC point, I am not sure, sir. But we have instructed to capture like that.
So when you take a sample,
take a sample, there is list provided, household sample, hand pump, well, or some other source. So you take that.
Yes.
But when you are taking a sample from pipe water supply, suppose there is a treatment plant, some kind of treatment plant is available. So it's always on the downstream side that you will take sample at the source for that pipe water.
Yes.
It's never the raw water.
Correct, sir. Correct.
So chemical contamination should not be present. So if it is present, then the system, it's a more serious issue.
Correct.
It's much more serious issue than taking a remedial action.
Any other points? Hanji.
Whole process are based on FSTC and quality. All the MVS takes at least 24 months to 30 months. So all these districts will be out of this competition, number one. So we have to factor in MVS also in this process of awarding, number one. Number two, suggestion is innovation can be a separate category. Instead of putting some weightage in district performance, innovation can be at a state level. Thank you.
Good point. MVS का जहाँ तक संबंध है, we recognize that there are a large number of multi-village schemes all over the country and they take a little time. But what we have found is कि multi-village schemes में भी district administration की अगर support रहे तो they can move faster. There are land issues, there are clearance issues, there are issues of right of way, etc. So it doesn't matter कि वो 24 महीने ले रहे हैं. If the districts actually work to get a faster outcome, they will get awarded for it. अगर delay होगा, they will suffer for it. But we hope that if you can energize them कि थोड़ा सा और उसको जल्दी से काम करा लें. Reaching the water up to that level, also they can play a role, but certainly in getting the in-village distribution systems put in quickly and other quality parameters, etc., they would have a big role. So, if you want to suggest something else for multi-village schemes, we can consider that. देखिए ऐसा है कि अब तो ना हमारे पास 30 months तो है नहीं. Up to we are looking at how much progress can be achieved. It is not that all MVSs are being allotted today. The works are going on. साल 2 साल पहले के भी. They will start getting completed. Those areas will get recognized जहाँ पे complete हुआ है. They should start looking at other issues also in those areas to make sure that the schemes function well. So if you want to suggest a tweaking, please do that. Otherwise, implementation, project implementation को capture करना, we have not been able to think through how at the national level we can do it. If you have some thoughts for it, we'll be happy to consider it. आप अपनी state level पे ज़रूर इन चीज़ों पे ध्यान दीजिए. If you can at your state level, like you're having awards function at Chief Minister's level, etc. If there you can recognize and award those engineers and others who are working on multi-village schemes and doing a good job and fast and quality implementation, that would be very good. Hanji, yeah.
Ma'am, some of our schemes run on silver ionization, so if that can also be recognized instead of silver.
Come again?
Some of the schemes we use silver ionization to for the treatment purpose. So if that can be recognized on like residual chlorine, so because we will not have.
Silver ionization का जो हमने जो check किया है ना वो residual उसका impact उस किस्म का नहीं है. If there is any problem in the distribution system, it will still throw up a problem. So we are not convinced that silver ionization is the only. That by itself, silver ionization can prevent waterborne diseases through an effect at the end point. आप इसको एक बार review कर लीजिए. It's a little technical point, इसको देख लीजिए. हमने भी जो study किया है, उस point पे तो silver ionization definitely works. But through the distribution network, unless it's at the end point, and it's not usually at the household point, it's at the source. तो household end तक पहुँचते वो पानी में contamination हो सकती है रास्ते में कहीं से भी. So give that a thought.
Okay. The second is some of the for the functionality testing, the individual parameters like on grievance redressal and IEC messages, I think we may have to break it down into sub-parameters for us to also know what exactly are we talking about, because grievance redressal as a mechanism or IEC messages is too big a statement to know what exactly is. So we will have to break it down further.
Yeah, that's true. We will have to actually come up with a toolkit based on this, which will detail what are the activities that we expect to see. Absolutely, yeah.
And ma'am, even the functionality, I think it was already highlighted, the activities of the water user committees as well as the village and water sanitation committees, if they can also be recognized at national level, and also consider instituting like Kayakalp Plus for NHM, where there is cash incentives with some part of the cash incentive actually going into the accounts of the individual members of the water user committee. So that will also be an incentive over and beyond the awards that you've already thought of. And ma'am, for the functionality assessment, the villages which will be picked, are they going to be picked on the numbers that we have reported on October 1st of 2022, or is it going to be at a later date in time?
No, come again. So for functionality assessment, the information will be basis the date of the assessment.
No, the villages which will be picked, the random sample
There's
village.
sampling. That will be a nasty surprise. आप सभी अपने villages को ठीक करो.
No, the reason why I ask is because if we report a lot of villages around March and April, and suddenly we have an inspection in the month of May, that may still be the time when we have actually just been doing trial runs and not really handed over to the villages as such, or the water user committees as such, because we have a policy of about 3-month trial run. So these villages may not necessarily show up in the manner that we want, because we're still in the process of setting the, sort of fixing the village.
Functionality to हो जाएगी, but after functionality is saying that they still may be in a not fully functional state. That's what he's saying.
You want them to be picked up?
No, he wants a 3-month window.
Yeah, my recommendation is we give a 3-month window, because
You want that if the sampling is in May, then it should be basis the
January or February.
January, February. We can certainly consider giving some window, but whether it will be 3 months
Or
not.
it could be a weightage that you take 60% of all villages from which are reported before January, February, and then some percentage.
We could consider that. We could consider a stratified sampling basis that would be done.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Yeah.
Madam, my point.
Mic le lo.
My point is the same one. The functionality survey is the important factor in giving awards. Actually, whether the district will be knowing what kind of sample is taken in his district, or what kind of questions are coming, I think we should tell them.
We will tell them.
Because what happens in Maharashtra, we have a very good award system from Swachhata Abhiyan. That we have witnessed that the Gram Panchayat gives huge response. Because they already know that there will be...
Absolutely. We will be sharing with you the exact toolkit, what will be assessed, when, how, what questions will be asked, and we will hope that you will disseminate that to your collectors and other field functionaries.
Yes.
There will be no surprises. We will tell you exactly what the question paper will be.
Yes.
Uske according, open book exam.
Because it has good results in Maharashtra, madam.
Yes.
Even cash awards are given to Gram Panchayat and they are happy with it.
Is system mein do you want cash awards? We thought recognition.
No, but you already told the state can consider such things for
Yes.
villages.
Yes.
I am just telling the people in the villages know what type of assessment is done.
Your point is taken.
So they actually, they prepare sometimes,
Yeah.
but still it's a good thing.
Sure. Any views on cash award? Do you think cash award is a good idea? Please send the mic there. Gujarat.
Ma'am, Gujarat has a few tribal areas which are shifting to household connections for the first time. And therefore, ma'am, we are hiring certain agencies to look into the functional gaps and help them in O&M. So I'm sure that most of the states must have done some hand-holding with these agencies. So probably if some incentives or some recognition of those agencies at the national level could serve as an incentive, ma'am.
What kind of agencies?
Ma'am, we are hiring third parties to look into those kinds of functional analysis at the field level for those areas which are shifting to functional tap water connectivity for the first time. So they would go to the field and maybe provide their feedbacks.
Would you share more information on this? Pradeep, get some more information and let's review what is the system.
And secondly, ma'am, if we can also recognize certain CSR activities if done at state level, maybe that would serve as an incentive for collaboration with the companies or with the large corporates. For example, as sir previously pointed out, we need certain hand-holding, especially in case of Gujarat. I could tell that we were not performing satisfactorily when it comes to residual chlorination. Maybe if some mini chlorination units could be set up in collaboration with CSR, it could be a great help. Maybe that could serve as an incentive for further CSR activities, ma'am. And lastly, ma'am, if WTPs can also be, some parameters can be incorporated to recognize functional WTPs, then probably that could also be considered. Thank you.
Separately for the water treatment plant?
Yes, ma'am.
But wouldn't that clearly impact the water quality and therefore the functionality?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, now we are assessing at the outlet, but probably our in-village schemes are always dependent on the multi-village schemes, and their source happens to be the WTP and the functionality. So probably we could think about recognizing or coming up with some parameters for functional WTPs, then probably that could also be considered.
Isn't that too intermediate a stage? I mean, what we're looking at is that the household should get potable water, right? So that's a function of the WTP performance as well as the distribution network. Right. So it's inherent in that. And why would we want to recognize an intermediate point by itself? I'm not very clear. Think it through, come back with a more detailed response. We'll be happy.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Madam, even though this water is the state subject, that our national level is more equipped with assessment and awarding and everything. So, example, now the USA already discontinued chlorination. As a developing country, we cannot discontinue chlorination because there is a lot of leakage water. That means that much of intrusion, chance of wastewater intrusion. So the residual chlorine is unavoidable for developing countries. But we can have that trihalomethane, chloroform, like that advanced testing. And the carbon is not properly removed, then there is a carbon and this organic carbon and this trihalomethane, chloroform, etc. come. So the advanced water policy is making state and central. So some advanced technological reward may be given, not like this routine concession award. Otherwise also this JGM can do some long-term sustainability and environmental footprint. Example, energy is the major concern in future. So the energy efficient, like you are already supporting the solar and all. Similarly, the energy motto, that is energy efficiency, environmental footprint. And also I can add that the alum is adding. And this recycling means our water sources are protected, rivers are protected. Because always we are making treatment plant in the upper side of the river, and the alum and all this sludge is discharging to the river.
I'm interrupting you in the interest of time. You clearly have very good ideas, and you have offered, and I look forward to seeing those in written form, and we'll be happy to take them forward. As you all know, NJJM does encourage and support innovation. There are various challenges, but also there is an ongoing mechanism by which anyone with a new technology can apply. There is a committee co-chaired by the PSA and the department where we look at these things and support innovations. Let us know your thoughts around all these issues. Thank you. Should we move on if we are done with the feedback? Yeah. Yeah. Take the mic. Take the mic.
Sizes are very small in terms of the population. So instead of saying at least 5 women trained for FTK, if it can be said a woman trained in FTK, that will be helpful because our villages are really small. I mean, having 5 people.
They won't have 5 women?
No, they have 5. But for us to train 2.5 lakh people, will become, for instance, Tamil Nadu has a 7.5 crore with 12,000 villages.
That's a good point. Let us think through it on per capita terms. Right. Good point.
Small submission, madam.
Yeah.
So, people satisfaction level, that parameter also may include this.
Satisfaction level is assessed in the functionality assessment, which
overall service levels.
Yeah, that is done at during the functionality.
Yes, yes, sir.
जैसे अभी जो आपको रिपोर्ट दी थी, उसमें there were those kind of inputs. consumer satisfaction.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Ma'am, I have a suggestion that whoever the enumerator goes to the field, they should be speaking in the local language, if not in the local dialect, and just avoid jargons like BWSC, FTK and all, which basically sometimes confuses the
That's a good point. If they're doing it, we should be alerting them.
Ma'am, very small point. हमारा institutional mechanism is SWSM, then DWSM, then GPWSC in Punjab. तो क्या होता है कि ग्राम पंचायत is also sometimes less concerned about the GPWSC. ऐसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल में जो DWSM है, तो अवार्ड में कुछ इस तरीके से हो कि हमारा इंस्टीट्यूशनल मैकेनिज्म को भी इम्पोर्टेंस मिले DWSM की वर्किंग के हिसाब से. हम डिस्ट्रिक्ट को ले लेते हैं, डिप्टी कमिश्नर आ जाते हैं उसमें, तो अवार्ड जो है वो DWSM को जाए, उनकी रेपुटेशन बने, तो ये वर्किंग स्ट्रेंथफुल हो सकती है. ऐसा कुछ सोचें.
So DWSM, you mean the concern?
डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल का हो गया. Chairman is
but which are the other individuals you think should be recognized?
That's a mission. मतलब मिशन के जो ये वाला जो थॉट प्रोसेस है, ये वाटर का जो थॉट प्रोसेस है डिस्ट्रिक्ट में इग्नोर हो जाता है बहुत सारे.
मिशन में तो 8-10 departments है ना. The only other person is the engineers from the water supply side.
दूसरे RD भी है, रूरल डेवलपमेंट भी है, उनके मेंबर्स.
ठीक.
ऐसी GPWSC की भी इम्पोर्टेंस थोड़ी कम हो जाती है ग्राम पंचायत में.
ठीक है. Yeah.
मैम, मेरी एक रिक्वेस्ट है कि लास्ट टाइम जो फंक्शनैलिटी असेसमेंट रिपोर्ट आई थी, तो इस बार जो रिपोर्ट आई है विच इज़ मच बेटर देन दैट एंड इट इज़ रियली वर्थ एप्रिशिएटिंग, और इसका सबको बेनिफिट होगा. लेकिन जो इस साल की भी रिपोर्ट आई है मैम, और जो आगे भी आएगी, मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है कि हमारे साथ उस विलेज की भी डिटेल शेयर की जाए और उस सैंपल भी बताया जाए कौन से गाँव से, कौन से घर से.
Absolutely. You will have all the back-end data.
Yes.
You will have access to all the data, which village, which household was surveyed. That information will be yours to use. Please use it.
मैम, भी हरियाणा ने अपनी पूरे फंक्शनलिटी असेसमेंट ईच एंड एवरी विलेज के लिए हमने एजेंसी लगा दी है, जैसे आपने कहा था. वी आर ऑलरेडी एंगेज्ड, वी आर वर्किंग ऑन इट, क्योंकि जो आप कुछ रैंडम विलेजेस को सैम्पल करते हैं, वी आर डूइंग सैम्पलिंग फॉर ऑल द.
Very good. Very good. Should we move on? Yeah.
Ma'am, we are doing this water quality 30 marks out of 100, ma'am. Here. And in functionality assessment also, this component is again taken. I think this is getting duplicated and more weight is given to water quality in both the parameters.
हाँ, ऐसा है ना कि basically what are the things that we want done? We want that there should be a functional tap connection. So water quality is very important for that. But हर महीने जो हम निकाल रहे हैं नतीजा, उसमें भी there should be at least some elements which will eventually make for quality. Na? So that is why we are giving a little more attention to quality. But in the monthly, it is only on very broad parameters which will support the final outcome. In the functionality assessment, we will be actually looking at the outcome. Sample लेके उसके test करके क्या नतीजे आ रहे हैं उसको. Emphasis there है, लेकिन the whole point is quality में. अगर पानी मिल गया और quality उचित ना हुई, then the whole point of giving tap connections is reduced substantially. It's not lost, but it's reduced. Chaliye. What is your next session? I think you want to quickly explain your... Thank you. That was a very lively discussion. I take it that with these, whatever inputs you've given, we'll finalize quickly, launch, try and come up with a toolkit as quickly as possible detailing the steps. लेकिन आप भी इसको आगे अपनी फील्ड में प्लीज डिसेमिनेट कर दीजिए, बिकॉज वी आर डिटर्मिन्ड. हमने 15 अक्टूबर को बेसलाइन अनाउंस कर देनी है कि कौन सा जिला किस कैटेगरी में फॉल कर रहा है. And 15th November, we will start hearing which district, which state is performing better than others. So please do, again, give it a thought, come back, but discuss with your field units also and energize them so that they all take this challenge in the right spirit.
Thank you, ma'am. And I think in most of the indicators we have sort of a consensus, except a few concerns on how remedial action is going to be measured, whether we should only look at bacteriological contamination or residual chlorine. That we will take care so that it remains fair and it's not something which cannot be achieved, etc. Okay, so we now left with two more agenda items. One is the details of the Swachh Jal Se Suraksha campaign and a few other important things that the department has requested the states to look at. Next slide, please. So the objectives of the campaign, this is just a summary of the detailed letter that has been written to the states. The idea is to conduct post-monsoon bacteriological testing for all PWS sources in the PWS villages, and those villages which still do not have a PWS, they are the current sources through which drinking water is accessed. So as per the standards and norms, so this is not something extra that we are asking through the campaign, but the idea is that during this particular time period, we must ensure that for all the water sources which are relevant, post-monsoon bacteriological testing should be done. For all the villages or all the sources where the chemical testing has not yet been done up to 30th of September, so the residual villages we should now cover in the campaign period, and because the norm is that we will test for chemical contamination once in a year, and therefore that testing residual should be completed. And we've also said that water sources, especially for those habitations which are water quality affected, especially for arsenic or fluoride, should be specifically checked. Then we have also requested. We've also requested that FTKs should be used for testing. So water sources can be tested either through FTKs, or through the labs. No, I'm not touching anything. And so there should be testing at the household level as well as at schools and Anganwadis. Some other mic which is then we also have said that we should target that at least the target of training at least 5 women in a village should be completed. This, we take the point, the states with very small villages perhaps can inform us, and we've said that please review and set your targets and get back to us. So we will work out some norm that if the population is less than a certain number, then 2 is enough or 1 is enough. But please do make sure that there are no gaps by the end of the campaign. These gaps are covered. Next slide, please. Again, prompt remedial action wherever quality is found to be not conforming to the norms. Then all quality affected habitations. This is a repeat of earlier instructions that we must make arrangements with temporary solutions for 8 to 10 LPCD during the campaign, and also at least approve and award all works required for providing a permanent solution. Then also mark all the water sources which are found not fit for household potable use as abandoned and with proper color coding, etc. We've also said that all the PWS assets should be geotagged. We've said that all the water test results should be publicly displayed. People should be made aware about the test results. And reporting and assessment of progress and performance will be based on the data reported on the water quality MIS. Next. this we have shared with the state shows 21, 22. What was the extent of testing, percentage of villages where water quality testing was done through labs. Next please. This is this year's status. This last year we had Lakshadweep having 100% testing and lots of states in 90 to 100%. We are only halfway past this year. Therefore, I'm sure things will improve and the states will move beyond 75%. As of now, there is no state beyond 75%. Next, please. This is in terms of FTKs. So, 21, 22. There were lots of states which were at 0 to 25%. We request that through the actions through this campaign, most of the states should move to the higher quarters. Next, please. As you can see, 22, 23, lots of states are in 0 to 10%. None of the states except for Nagaland is beyond 50%. So the idea is that all the states should go towards the right side of the table during the campaign. Next please. This is the status of women trained in WQMIS as reported on WQMIS for FTKs. So percentage of villages where we have seen at least 5 women trained. Of course, you can adopt. We will share with you some revised benchmarks so that this unnecessary training, of course, we should avoid. But still, for us to review if there are any gaps, those must be covered during the campaign. Next, please. These are the 3 states where we have arsenic-affected habitations. Now, on the request of the states, we have made a provision in the IMIs to also record other temporary solutions apart from CWPPs. So, for example, for Punjab, perhaps it's a matter of recording those interventions on the IMS so that these can be reported as covered. So that provision has been made, and West Bengal there is some residual work to be done. So the idea is by the end of the campaign period, at least these 231 and 47 will be covered. Next please. Again for fluoride, there are a few states where action is still pending, like Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Odisha, Punjab, Rajasthan and West Bengal. So over the next 3 months, please make sure that at least the temporary solutions are provided, temporary measures are put in place and are reported and recorded on the IMIS and WQMIS so that we can confidently claim that we have at least made arrangements for 8 to 10 LBCT even in the arsenic and fluoride affected habitations. Next. We've also said that we must focus on, we'll be taking a relook in those villages where the habitations were classified as quality affected. Let us do the testing very, very conscientiously so that we are confident that the current sources that we are using for water supply are not drawing water from the same source or aquifer, therefore leading to all kinds of problems. So please review this while you plan for your testing numbers, etc. Please take a look at this. All this information, the list, etc. is already available on the WQMIS and the IMIS reports. Next, please. We also mentioned in the letter that the performance during the campaign will be given due weightage for Jal Jeevan awards. So ma'am, as you were saying, 400 plus 400 was adding up to only 800. Maybe we can add 100 for performance during the Swachh Jal Se Suraksha campaign on the, at least at the state level rankings, so that, or maybe even at the district level if we can work it out. So that this campaign, whatever we do, gives credit to the districts and the states where you achieve as per the 100% targets or the proportionate credit based on the achievements. So we have just suggested, and this we have circulated. If you have any feedback and concerns, please get back to us. We are open to revising this. Next, please. So this is what our request is. Please review what are your targets so that you don't miss out on any of the targets. We have the numbers. We will be sharing the numbers with you. But please do, as was pointed out in Odisha, our numbers might be exaggerated. You may not require that many trainings. Please review what are your targets, what is it that you have to achieve, and then plan and try and implement and achieve that by 26th of January. please ensure that sample collection mechanisms and testing facilities are functional, consumables, etc. are available, kits are available so that those tests can be done and testing targets can be achieved. Next please. Geotagging, we are going to release a new version of the JJM mobile app, most likely on 15th of October, which will have a feature for geotagging all assets of a pipe water supply scheme. So far we have been focusing only on geotagging of sources. In fact, I was just reviewing and we only have geotagged information for hand pumps which were tagged at the time of NWDRP. जब से JJM की schemes आई है उनकी कोई खास geotagging हमारे पास है नहीं. And therefore, geotagging is another way of making sure that all those components which are supposed to be coming up in parallel have come up or not. So, we will come back to you as and when we release the app. We'll have a separate session in terms of how to operate. And this is going to take the user level one level below. So even the sub-engineers and junior engineers will then be able to act as users and do the tagging, etc. And all the progress reports against the various targets, etc. will be made available on the JJM IMIS and the WQMIS so that we and you at the state level can review the progress and review maybe district-wise progress so that you're able to guide the district teams to make sure that the way we are talking to you in terms of setting targets and timelines and action plans, please do the same with the districts so that an aggregate of all those efforts can then lead to achievement of the desired results. So that's a statement. If there is any quick suggestion, we don't have time to suggest. Can we have the other one? Important question. Okay, so there are a few issues which we wanted your attention on. One is a reference that we have sent to you, requesting you to work with your technical education department perhaps to take advantage of the AICTE's internship program under which it is provided that the engineering graduates over a period of 4 years have to do 6 months of internship. And therefore, let's try and take advantage of it. There is an online portal of AICTE which can be used for finding out who are the interns available and then tapping them into the JJM systems. So wherever you have deficit of engineers, the interns can very well be deployed to help the assistant engineers or even the junior engineers. It will be useful for us in terms of getting additional hands, and it will be really useful for the students also to get exposure to an important government scheme and program and see the program live in action. So we've requested that please try and work it out and let us know the numbers. We're looking forward to hearing from the states, any feedbacks, any challenges that you face, and please, we've circulated a Google sheet for assessing the numbers that you are able to come up with. Please populate that Google sheet so that we have an idea. And if there's any issue where you think that we need to take it up with the Department of Higher Education here in the Government of India, please do let us know so that we can take it up accordingly. Next, please. We have also advised the states that from January onwards, the National JJM will not be organizing any L3 trainings. All L3 trainings will be organized only at the state level. We have also said that all the KRCs for L3 trainings, which have been empaneled by us, the states can choose to use them at the rates which are declared by the NJJM for national level trainings. You can use those rates as ceilings, and because there are a few states which have come back to us saying that your rates are too high, we can get the training done in less amount. So if you can get it done in lesser amount, please go ahead. Just make sure that the training quality doesn't suffer. And so L3 level trainings as per your annual action plan plans, please plan and get it going, because we are only taking, in the month of June we had decided that we'll only take at the most 2 trainings per KRC at the national level. Many of these KRCs have not even done 1 training, and we are not very keen on LC training from the national level. So it should be completely owned up at the state level. So we request you to please review this and see if the empaneled KRCs are adequate, are suitable, have a presence in your state. If not, you will have to empanel your own level 3 KRCs and get it going. Otherwise, it will remain a gap, because we are not going to do it from the central level. For L1 and L2, of course, we'll seek your support for nominations as and when our training calendars are announced. There are 2 water technologies which came up through that innovation process, where we had advised the states that these technologies can be deployed in the JJM system. We have done a recent review and we found that these 2 technologies are actually applicable or useful at the household level. And since the JJM is all about pipe water supply schemes, directly they do not, so to say, fall under the ambit of JJM. So what we have advised is that these technologies should not be deployed using JJM funds. We should be deployed at the household level, maybe during the disaster situations when your pipe water supply scheme is disrupted or there is some problem, and there again, if it is deployed during disaster situations, the SDRF and other resources can be used for such deployment. But since this doesn't lead to any augmentation, improvement in the PWS infrastructure per se, so these 2 technologies, which are suitable only at the household level, should not be deployed using the JJM funds. And please keep an eye on it. We are doing an extensive review of all the technologies that have been approved in the past, and we will be coming up with more and more communications on this. We've also done a lot of features and facilities in the IMIS, for which Pradeep has written to all the states. That letter may have reached you. It was issued only yesterday, so I don't claim that you may have seen it, because you may have already started to attend this workshop. When you go back, please take a look. For all the instructions that we have, all the amendments to the guidelines, the approved cost and community contribution, how it is to be assessed, a whole lot of clarifications that have been issued. We have tried to incorporate all that to reflect on the IMIS. And that letter is accompanied by a small manual, including screenshots of the screens, how to use these features. It also includes the feature that if in a village you have covered 100%, but the village has a few more households. Right now we used to do YDU, but now the system will allow that you can record. In October, we are again going to have the JJM mobile app version 2, which will have more features for Har Ghar Jal certification and verification of data. So that will come back to you as we release that application. So please do go through these IMIS modifications, and please let us know if there is anything that is not clear. If you would like us to organize some sort of an orientation for your state and for your users, we will be very happy to. Thank you so much. I believe I have covered everything. Directors में से कोई आपका point रह तो नहीं है? Okay. Thank you. Okay. So
any final comments? Any issue around what Vikas just shared, particularly? Engineering graduates, we know that there is in every state a requirement for more human resource. Is it feasible for you to use the students of engineering colleges in your state? Have you thought about it? Are you able to start doing it quickly? किसी ने करा है, देखा है किसी ने? Has anyone tried?
After graduation, we are taking as volunteers, 6 months. So in the curriculum they are very busy and they cannot involve much work. So after completion,
in the curriculum there is a provision, AICTE has a provision for a 6-month internship. Can you work with your higher education departments to operationalize that?
3 साल पहले ना पंजाब में द पॉलिसी वॉज मेड इंजीनियरिंग का जो ट्रेनिंग होता है 6 मंथ का वी मेड ए प्रोग्राम दे गॉट द ट्रेनिंग फ्रॉम आवर डिपार्टमेंट वी सर्टिफाइड देम एंड वी पेड द इंसेंटिव आल्सो एंड वी गॉट देम टू वर्क इन द रूरल विलेजेस वी एलोकेटेड देम विलेजेस उसका सारा डिसाइड किया हुआ था ठीक रहा था काम मतलब फ्रूटफुल था
Good. So would others also like to take it forward? If you have any instructions, a letter or something or some report to share, please share it on the group Depadia.
Not only internship, ma'am, we have taken impact assessment and also functional assessment by the business schools. So our APES committee has approved it. Already we have communicated to all the schools and colleges and also reputed business schools.
Very good, very good. Engineering manpower. Can you take on more? Yeah, Vikas is reminding me that we've also given a guidance saying if you need for TPIAs, etc., you can draw upon QCIE, Quality Council or WebPAS.
In Bihar, we have utilized the apprenticeship kind of thing, Government of India portal, and we have engaged this year 20 graduates, engineer graduates, for 1 year.
पूरी स्टेट में आपने अपने
20
स्टेट PMU के लिए 20 ले लिए.
20 लिए हैं. They are using functionality assessment kind of thing.
Okay.
They goes in 20 villages and assess the functionality. We have a very exhaustive list in technical terminology of this.
Good, very good.
In which we get 50% from Government of India and give 50% from RQT.
Right. District level पे भी ले जाइए. Can we not do more?
It is at district level. Currently, we get 20 engineer graduates for 1 year.
Okay. हाँ जी, हरियाणा ने किया है कुछ?
We had issued a proper internship policy 2019, and we are engaging engineering graduate, postgraduate every year for each divisions. But experience is not very enriching, and I think we need to do more because these engineering graduates are not properly groomed by the divisional or district officers. They are just going and they are not being given proper tasks. So this we are thinking of how we can have a better output from this engineering graduates.
चलिए, we just request everyone, please give it your thought. You know, हमने annual action plan बनाते वक्त भी we had discussed this. There is a need to bring in more technical manpower. Do it through participation with the skill development side for skilling in villages, but we also need engineering strength. So please augment whatever you have through not just TPIAs, not just through your state and district PMUs. Also see if you would like to use your own students, and that will give them practical knowledge and add to your strength. Any other issue that anyone wants to raise now before we close? कुछ भी जो भी डिस्कस हुआ है या जो नहीं भी डिस्कस हुआ, if anything at all which is striking you at this point. Anybody? Okay, we've had a very fruitful discussion today. Great day. Good arrangements by.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sir, we have only few minutes left to conclude this conference. I request our Honorable Principal Secretary Shri D.K. Tiwari sir to present a token of respect to Ma'am Vinny Mahajanji. Just a memento before we come for vote of thanks. Mr. D.K. Tiwari sir, just a medal. Punjab culture. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Similarly, I request D.K. Tiwari sir to present a memento, a token of love and affection to Shri Vikashshil sir. Hanji, hanji. Ma'am has been DC Sharper, so she knows this is the craft of Sharper. D.K. Tiwari sir. Thank you very much. I respect your involvement, depth of participation, and we will not leave any stone unturned to entertain you, to refresh you after this through our cultural program. Now I request Honorable Shri Pradeep Singh Ji to come on dais and propose a vote of thanks. Honorable Director Sir, Shri Pradeep Singh Sir, to please come on the stage and propose a vote of thanks for this conference. I think, ma'am, we could do our the participation showed it was a very successful conference. It is all due to you, ma'am, and I request Pradeep Singh Sir to please propose a vote of thanks.
So, once again, very good evening to all. I thank Secretary DWS Vinny Mahajan ma'am to sit through the entire discussion, and I think many new points and many new ideas and a lot of enthusiasm has come back to the team. I think when team goes from here, they will implement it with much more rigor, and like our motto, building partnerships and changing lives, we will build more partnerships so that our hands are strengthened. So thank you very much, ma'am. I also thank Additional Secretary and Mission Director Vikashshil sir, who steered the whole presentation and made it in a very crisp format that you can see, and maybe take few points in your mind which will really affect the policy and make real change. I also thank Principal Secretary Punjab for making the very wonderful logistics and hosting it in a place where I think many of very far-flung people coming from very far-flung states, I think they will have some memorable stay here. And not last but not the least, I thank all the participants who have come and participated in a very wholehearted manner and discussed things in a very crisp way. And I think I thank all the organizers. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Pradeep sir. Sir, we also welcome Honorable Deputy Commissioner Mohali, Shri Amit Talwarji and his entire team. He has joined us, and I request you, to all of you, to reassemble this hall at 8 p.m. for our cultural evening, and we would try our level best to give the entertainment of all states. So my request is to be present 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. Thank you very much for this session. Thank you.
जाएगा